to shake my persuasion. I am more than the pain that tries to blow my vision. I am more than the voices that tell me that I cannot. I am more than the winds that beat against my ship. I am more than the mistakes of the past. I am more than the fears of the future. I am more than the challenges of the now. And I dare to ask for more. Because I deserve it. I am worthy of more. I strive to achieve more. I fight to become more. I am sold out to becoming more. And I live to always be more. I am more.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for yourselves again, ladies and gentlemen, friends. Thank you very much. Yes, it is still on the theme. I am more at the instance of the lead world. You've seen the very beautiful flags around here. And of course, this too. So we are just here to reawaken that consciousness that we are more. And ladies and gentlemen, just so we get on the heels of that, we'll just do one more thing and then would call on an interactive video. Before we do that, let me tell you yet another story, very brief and very quick. After, like many young people, at the end of the expiration of your secondary school education, I opted to start that very compulsory, mandatory journey to having to write JAM. And I think I've said this before at another edition of LPC. I wrote it the first year. Actually, I come from a long line of medical people, about 4 medical doctors. My grandmother was a nurse, my mom is a nurse, and then I ventured into pharmacy. I wanted that with all my life. I wrote JAM the first year. I didn't have it. You know, when you write JAM so much that you become a customer, by the time you put your surname, JAM returns all your details, including your blood group. That was my story a couple of years ago. And I wrote it the second year, the third year, the fourth year, the fifth time, the sixth time, the seventh time. I'm not sure many of us have done that kind of rough play. You know what we call rough play? Maybe violence. That was some kind of rough play, so to say. And I just had to do some kind of supplementary into another department in the Faculty of Science, as it was called that time, the Department of Zoology. And up till the point where I had to write my project, I was still writing JAM for pharmacy. I wouldn't want to advise anybody in this hall to take that kind of risk, you know. But I did, because I just felt that somehow that wasn't really what I was made to be. And I just kept on hanging on that line. It was so funny, really, but not really funny anyways. It was painful, so to say. You know, the Nigerian situation can make you feel and look like a dummy. The Nigerian scenario, the Nigerian system can make you feel like a complete idiot, but you are not anyways. I can recall a classmate of mine in secondary school that our school at Science College, Edienebak, was some kind of fail-and-go structure. So the young man had a problem in SS1 and then was asked to leave. And he left and went to the US of A and became a medical doctor today. And I wonder, was it that he was not bright? I think it's a system. We have a systemic problem in Nigeria. And so it's important for us to understand that whatever the system is throwing at us, whatever the system is throwing at us, we have to discover and realize that we deserve to be more. And I think if you had been keen enough to notice what happened during the NSAS nationwide protest, you would discover that somehow there is beginning to be a rise of young people that are beginning to be conscious of the fact that there could be more. And just like that young man standing right before you today, okay, I was also born a very terrible stutterer, very terrible stammerer. Like I'll have to hit my leg on the floor very many times before I could speak. And then sometimes it had to make me become very hostile, in quotes, maybe prone to anger and all of that. I was very temperamental because of that. I mean, it would be a miracle that Jesus would have to do for me to speak without hitting my legs on the floor. And then when I came for the LPC, there was an LPC conference that was titled Intentional. In fact, before that event, those threats were still there. I said, no, this has to stop. And somebody asked me the other day on a WhatsApp group where we're just talking about public speaking, and asked me, is it possible for somebody to be a stammerer and be a good public speaker? I said, yes. I'm an ideal example of that kind of person. Like, it was so bad that I recall in my S3, I had to be moved from Holy Family, an all-boys school, to Science College at Yenebak. And the reason was that I should be able to communicate with the opposite sex. I recall when a girl talked to me and I cried in front of her. It was that bad. Not that I was, it was just that stuttering and stammering that was a problem. I don't know. In the course of this, I'll tell us one last story about some lady that I came in contact with some years ago. And so these stories add up to the fact that everybody can be more. Yes, you really can be more. And if you are not yet ready or made up your mind to move out of that average zone, I think you are in the wrong venue. But just in case you have some need to become more and better at what you're doing and better at what and who you are. Like I said in that question, when somebody asks you, who do you think you are? It's important that we say that we are very, very much more than we can ever be. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in a couple of minutes, I'll be inviting Captain. His duty this morning will be very simple. Will be to set some modalities for this event to run unperturbed, unhindered. Yes, it's a culture, like we said, that in LPC, at the Lead World, we celebrate people who bring value our way. And you know what has been said by a very wonderful speaker of Latin. And he said, and I quote, Nemo propheta in patria sua. That is said to be, in simple, distinct, express, succinct English. A prophet is not without honor except in his hometown. So we honor these people of value a whole lot. And I just want us to imbibe that culture, that everyone who is called to this platform, please, as much as you can, you would have to put your hands together as though you were clapping for yourselves. Okay, let's see again. Let's test run that. Let's see how you clap for yourselves. Can you put your hands together again for yourselves, ladies and gentlemen? You know, if you don't clap for people, that's understandable. You may not like the person's face, or maybe, yeah. But if you are asked to clap for yourself and you don't, that would be defined by some very wonderful people to be this degree of self-hatred. So I love us to one more time, maybe the last time for now, clap again for yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you. I did that because I noticed some people were still on their phones, and that's okay by me anyways. But then, I just love us to be more here than outside this place. Just in case you're watching this event, it's streamed live on YouTube. This is at the instance of the Lead World. Beautiful body, a concatenation, if you may, of people who are very consistent about leadership and self-development. While Captain is just walking around, Captain, you're not ready yet. Okay, that's fine. I'll drop yet another story while Captain is still getting some things in place. 2015, I'm a storyteller, and you'll forgive me in advance for that. I met and had to chat up some young lady on Facebook. The first thing I noticed about her profile, and then it has been that way for me, once I see you are not using your picture on your profile and you sent a request, I'll beautifully not accept it. So I just saw that she was using white celebrities on her DP. And I rummaged through her photos and I discovered all of the pictures there were just white girls. And I had to ask her on a chat, why are you using white celebrities, musicians, Nollywood actresses as your photos? I've not seen any of yours. And then she bore an Akwa Ibom name. She said to me one of the most distasteful things I've ever heard a lady, a human being, say to me. She said, I don't think, in all honesty, I look that good. What do you want to see? I don't think I look that good. Wow. Something struck me. And I said, what do you mean? He said, a lot of people around me have been, sometimes even family members and friends, make a jest of me. How many ladies here, or even young men, guys here, that have been in a position where somebody had to make a jest of something on you or something like that? And I said, whoa, can you send me some pictures of, and she sent a myriad of pictures. I wouldn't want to shout this. Somehow, I agreed with her. She didn't look, okay. But then, I think I began to do some kind of mind surgery on her, and we just started chatting. This was 2014. Yeah, I would not forget it, because it's one of the things that made me understand that everybody is capable of being more. We chatted at length, and then the long story cut short, a few weeks after that, she began to post some pictures, maybe some not too good pictures of us. And okay, that was a start. And she began to develop. It's a psyche. It's psychology, really. Do you know that at that point when she began to realize that she was actually more, and it didn't matter what people said, somehow she began to pay less attention to what people said, and it didn't matter anymore. And long story cut short, past, if you go through, she's one of the people on Facebook and IG as of today that is celebrated for having such a great body, has modeled for a lot of firms and all of that. And yet, this was somebody who was somehow almost pushed into the background of thinking she was just inadequate. And I think the LPC conference this year is very strategic. And it would not have come at a better time than now, when a lot of things are happening in Nigeria. Just a couple of months ago, we heard in the news that a couple of doctors were bundled out of Nigeria to Saudi Arabia. And just a few weeks ago, we also heard that a couple of pharmacists were packed out of the country into Dubai. And so many brain drains going on. And then I think it's high time we understood one thing as a people. And I think this conference avails that opportunity for us to understand that very, very well. That irrespective of the economy found in the jungle, it's impossible for the lion to begin eating grass. That's very impossible. It's very impossible. Most of us who did high school biology, we understood that the lions are carnivorous animals, and then cattle are maybe herbivorous, and then we have omnivores like the human being. It's impossible. You can never see a lion. I think the scientific name for lion was Panthera leo. I wasn't very good with those names. That's why I didn't go to medicine. I just came to pharmacy where some structures could be drawn, and then I just had a way of memorizing those structures. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'll invite at this point the convener of this event, which has been running for many, many, many years now. Please put your hands together for Captain Carlo.
Okay, I want you to do better. Just put those hands yourselves. Believe that you are in the right place, that you are here. You are the leader that the world needs. Celebrate yourself one more time. Okay, so my duty is very simple. I'm going to be taking a welcome charge. But before I do that, there's a video I want the media team to just put up. There are lots of lessons, and I'm going to give a few persons an opportunity to share. Then I will round off and form the part of the charge. So can we have it? Thank you.
सर आपके लिए उस पार कार का इंतजाम किया है सर आइए सर चल चल आ जाओ बोला क्या बात करता है क्या ऊपर से जाएगा क्या ऊपर से जा जा
I hate this country. कुछ करो ना।
अब वहाँ जाके क्या उखाड़ लूंगा
जान जाने बूंदे आई, जाने कैसा दर्द लाई, सामने क्या है ये तेरे, क्यों रुका है तू बता रे। तुझको पार लेगा, कौन होगा वो मसीहा, जिसे तू ढूंढता है वही है तू वही है। तुझ में तेरा रास्ता है, तुझ में तेरा है सहारा, तुझको पार लेगा, तू ही है तेरा किनारा। तुझ में तेरा रास्ता है, तुझ में तेरा है सहारा, तू ही तुझको पार लेगा, तू ही है तेरा किनारा।
Put your hands together for that. Okay, so I want to ask a very simple question. What stood out for you in that video? Did you learn anything? Was there something to learn from that video? We could pick a few hands. Okay.
We have one hand here. We have another one there. We have another one there. Can we take captain?
Okay, we can do 4.
We'll just run to the back. We'll take that last one. Okay, so let's start from here.
What I learned from is, let me read from here because I jotted it down.
That's powerful.
Be the beginner of the change you want to see in
Wow.
anywhere.
Please put your hands together for her. Be the beginner of a change you want to see.
Thank you very much. We had a hand somewhere here. That's you. Okay, so let's just get what you learned from that video.
Resources to the done. And
Wow. Awesome. Awesome. Awesome.
That's
awesome.
amazing. There was a hand. Then.
Two things stood out for me in that video. First is that a problem will always remain if we don't do anything about it. And the second is that leadership is a mindset and has little to do with outlook. So we saw a little boy in that video doing what older adults
I mean,
were
small.
Okay, so one more person. Also,
video responsibility. A little boy with the act of responsibility. Leadership is the act to stand out and a choice of taking deliberate steps even when there are challenges.
Awesome.
That boy showed a willingness of responsibility. So leadership is not age, but a willingness to take responsibility. Thank you.
Leadership is not age, but the willingness to take responsibility. Amazing thoughts so far. Now, I want to share with us briefly 3 kinds of people I saw in that video, and that will form
the charge. So you might need to write down if you are taking.
who had the ability to change the situation, but they did not trust their ability. They had the ability to make a difference, but they did not trust the ability. How do I know? How do I know? I mean, a man's strength will always beat the strength of a child. True or false? True or false? If there's something heavy to carry, who do you trust that can carry that thing? Is it a baby or an adult? You can trust an adult more. So in terms of capacity, it was there. We had men all over that vicinity, and men there represents people with capacity. So yet, they couldn't take it up. Probably because they didn't trust their ability. You know, they carried strength, yet they were hidden, looking for who to lead the way, looking for who to take the lead. So I want to challenge you just by that lesson. And the challenge is this. You've been preparing, maybe, but when will the world hear you? When will you be confident enough to believe that the knowledge you've gathered from attending conferences can add to the impact you will make in life? When will you believe that you have a voice that the world needs to listen to? When will you believe that the talent that you have, the potentials you have is enough to serve and benefit the next person? It's a question I want you to think on because I saw it from that video. Many of us are in this category. We have what it takes to make a difference in our world, but we don't think our effort will count. We just feel, just a little effort, so let's wait till someone with a mega effort shows up. Then you wait forever. So what if that boy had waited? So let my father come and push this log of wood. And the father is there hiding, waiting for the boy to go and handle that kind of responsibility. So let's think. There are many people that have capacity, but they don't take initiatives. And because of that, nothing happens. That's one of the things I learned from that video. Now, be more is a command. It's more of a command. It speaks to your ability. It addresses a part of your ability. If the theme for LPC Conference says be more, I want to believe that indirectly there is something about it that connects with you. Either that means there's something you're already doing on a smaller scale that you just need to trust yourself and the process enough to believe that if you can inject the right drive, you can move it beyond the level to which it is. Now, it could also mean that maybe people are already commending you, but you shouldn't build a ceiling around your potentials. It's a command, and every one of us has a place in, being more. The second thing I saw from that video, and I would love to share, is that, I saw people who didn't care so much about making a difference. In that video, I saw people who didn't care so much about making a difference. They were ready to bow to the order of the day. You hear people say, what will be, will be. Have you heard something like that before? Somebody around you says it. You say, what will be, will be. Now that's a wrong mindset that can derail you from becoming more. It just shows you don't care about doing anything. You don't care about taking action on your possibilities. So someone could think, if someone moves this tree, no problem, I will pass. If nobody moves the tree, no problem, I will stay where I am. That's the same mentality people carry. If the job comes, that's fine. If the job does not come, no problem. I will just stay. Whatever will be, will be. So we saw that in that video. So these people missed an opportunity to write their names in gold. And I want to think in that light that for every time you don't care about making an impact, you are missing an opportunity to write your name in gold. Think about it. The inventions we have around us, people took initiative. What if they didn't think that they could offer anything in their world? What if, everybody continued the way maybe God created the world? We don't move around, not wearing any clothes, go and hunt and just parade the whole place. What will happen to the inventions, things we enjoy? Now some of us stay on our phones for so long. What if somebody didn't take the initiative of creating the phone? It's all we are comfortable with town cry. Let's be tapping that thing. Once we tap, we know that there is a message to pass. Or we'll have to trek from Uyo to London. I don't know how that will happen anyway. But what if someone did not come out of life? So we have so many people who don't care. And we saw that in that video. And let me ask a question. Those people that didn't move a tree, is it that they didn't have work to go to? Is it that they didn't have work to go to? Maybe some even had an appointment. They're on their way to it. But it just shows the attitude many people have towards life. For every time you allow what will be, you don't place a sense of urgency on your goals. You're not placing a sense of urgency on your dreams. You are telling yourself, my dreams are not so important for me to take haste and do whatever it will take to move towards accomplishing that dream. That's how somebody can call you now and you stay on a chat for 3 hours, for 4 hours. When you started that chat, does it mean you didn't have a plan for your life? Does it mean you didn't have a goal to achieve? So people while away time because they don't care about the most important part of their life. And we have many people majoring in minor things and minoring in major things, and at the end, there is no major impact. That's why that little boy could become the leader. About that little boy. Tomorrow now an adult will talk. Keep quiet. Can't you say an adult is here? Did you move the tree? It's a person that moved the tree that deserves to lead the nation. True or false? That boy deserves to be a president. Can we clap for him one more time? That's the truth. That's the truth. Now let me say this very important. There are trees you cannot move until you move yourself first. You won't watch that tree. You won't be looking at it and the tree will move. There are goals, there are dreams you will never pursue and accomplish until you move yourself first. Some of us told ourselves, I will write maybe JAM, for instance, if that's your category next year. Until you write it, there is no admission. No. You need to move that tree first. Some people have been dreaming of starting businesses for 5 years now. So what are you doing? I'm dreaming. You know, I have this dream. This dream, that's a language in the past 5 years. When will this dream, be accomplished? When will you move the tree? When will you push the tree? So I saw it in that video that we have so many people who don't care. The crowd of mediocres who can't afford to wait, sleep, gist until someone takes responsibility on their behalf. It's that bad. It's that bad. Okay? Write this down. People who don't value their destination in life can comfortably sleep anywhere. True or false? I'm telling you, people who don't value their destination in life can comfortably do what? Sleep anywhere. You know, I used to have a friend. The mistake you can ever make around him is to tell him to sit down. Once he visits you like this and you tell him to sit down, I'm telling you the truth, in the next 5 minutes, this guy will travel. Sleep off. He can sleep anywhere. And there are people that sleep like that. The last thing I want to share from that video is this. I saw a difference maker who did not have everything needed to make the difference, but had the will to make the difference. He didn't have anything. He didn't strength. He didn't have strength. The boy's strength could not move that tree, and that's the truth. So he didn't have it. But he believed in himself, and he saw a difference maker in him. And he knew, well, even if I come tree, I have the will to move this tree. And on that level alone, there are so many things that our leaders accomplish in life because of a strong will than because of ready means. It's not about means. Sometimes the means will not be there. But if the will is strong, people that have the means will partner, will team up with that will and drive it to a success. So I want to tell you here, maybe you are here and you are wondering, oh, until the whole world supports me, I'm not going to move. Take that first step. Take that first step. There are many people with capacities just waiting for who will take the first step. And let that be you. Don't give that dream another 2 years of not doing anything about it. Don't give it another 1 year. If you need to stretch, stretch. If you need to become more, become more. If you need to go study, study. If you need to build up on courses, develop your competencies, it's a good course. Once people see that move, they will move to partner with you. You stop somebody and you ask him, what are you doing? Oh, I have this dream, but what is stopping me is money. The truth is, if you investigate it many times, you realize that it is not money that stops people. People that have dreams are not necessarily stopped with money. You're going to hear some things today that will blow your mind and challenge you. Money is just a part of it, but that's not all to it. There are many people that should have been flying now, but they've not even started crawling because they are waiting for when the big money will land. But the principle, the law of life says, take the move, have a strong will, and the will will attract resources. The will will attract partnerships. The will attract collaborations. The will, in fact, having a positive will in itself is energizing. True or false? I mean, for everything you've done that was backed up with a strong will, even if you didn't achieve that thing, how did you feel about it? You felt so good because you took that step. You felt so good because you believed in yourself. You felt so good because you told yourself, I may not have everything, but I have the beginning. I have the stepping stone. And the will is the stepping stone here. A strong will is a greater stepping stone than resources. There are many people who have resources that are wasting it because the will is not in the right direction. But there are many people with a strong will with limited resources, and you give them time, you see them flying. And that's the kind of person I want you to be. From LPC Conference 2021, that you are listening, connecting with the different sessions, something will be happening around your will that will step it up. Action is endearing. Action is compelling. Action is attractive. Hello? Now let me say this last thing before I leave. If the solution to the problem is with the inexperienced, people with experience will surrender to his leadership and won't care about his qualification. Did you get that? Okay. If the solution to a problem is someone that didn't go to school, the person controlling traffic, do you wait to ask him, what degree do you have? Me on the road, you want to drive. Someone is saying, you say, okay, what degree do you have to tell me to do this? All he has is experience, and he's doing it, and you trust that his experience will give you the result you need, and that's the law of life. If people who are inexperienced will emerge with solutions, even people with experience, people that have the competency, will pause and will listen to them. As we get set for LPC Conference 2021, I want to challenge you to absorb every information that you are going to receive here. Absorb it as though you've lost some time and you need to catch up. Absorb it as though you just woke up and you need to recover something. Thank you very much, and you'll have a beautiful...
Thank you very much. You know, while Captain was here speaking, of course we'll clap again for him for obvious reasons. I just looked at the video and I discovered it was some form of an Indian video, yes. I was just imagining Captain began to speak like them and then begin to dance just in front of us. I welcome you to the LPC 2021, and begin to sing some song and then dance across the place. I think we'll have a very good laugh this morning. Okay, we are going to clap for Captain again for some very obvious reasons. I don't know. No, just hold on. Just hold on. You see, let me welcome my brother Paul Uda, who walked into this auditorium a couple of minutes ago. It's good to have you, sir. I salute you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now let's hear this. To organize this level of value and then not charge a dime from anybody, in Nigeria, I hope you know how much a naira is to the dollar right about now. I think that kind of human being deserves a better round of applause. Please put your hands together for Captain. Thank you very much. You know what somebody said the other day? He said, and I quote, sorry about that. Okay. It was written as nanos gigantum humeris incidentis, which is interpreted in simple, distinct English to mean, that's Latin anyways, that we see further by standing on the shoulders of others. So that's why we do not joke with appreciating people here in LPC Conference. We are going to appreciate another person who is, of course, here, Mrs. Captain Kalu. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good to have you, ma. Thank you so much. Yeah, okay. And by the way, how many of us are fans to Indian movies? Let me see your hand up. Nothing annoys me like spending up to 30 minutes dancing over nothing. I mean, how can you be saying something serious? People are just getting interested and you begin to dance for over 30 minutes. That thing scares me about those movies, although they have very wonderful storylines. Not like us over here where we talk about Igwe all the time and Palace. And that's okay anyways. How many of us can dance those dances? Those guys dance. You know, I watched one, they took over 45 minutes dancing. I was like, who does these kind of things? You know, so it's amazing. I think we still have a couple of things to be grateful for as Nigerians. And one of them is the fact that it's only in this country, and nobody, it does not happen anywhere else in the world, where a reptile would be so large enough to swallow so much money in the tunes of very many billions. I think we should clap for the Federal Republic of Nigeria again. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. And I don't know if you've seen the flyers that have been inundating the social media space for some weeks now. It's a build-up of very, I don't know if I should say acidic or maybe very reactive. You know, for those of us who did high school chemistry, we talk about reactivity of elements. Very reactive, very highly reactive speakers at this event. I'm saying this to say that you should just sit with so much expectation, like you're already doing, and then just sit tight. I know you are under the collective assault of this very wonderful air conditioners. Of course, if you step out there, you remember that you are still a Nigerian and you are in Nigeria anyways. But just for the purpose of this event, and if you are enjoying this ambience, can you clap for LPC organizers again? Thank you very much. Thank you so much. That's it. You know, those who have come from the continent of Asia, China, very precisely. Before I go there, let me just welcome David Orok. Good to have you, sir. Looks like most of us have forgotten the culture we talked about here. And that's, hold on. And that's that we appreciate people very much. I think it was the people who have come from the Republic of China who have expertise in eating insects that said, and I quote, Ru Xiang Zui Zu Shi. When you are in Rome, you act like the Romans. Can we clap the LPC way again for David Orok? Thank you very much. And just so I don't murder protocol, I'll have to get the name of the lady beside him very quickly and in a matter of split seconds so that I don't make wild assumptions. And just before I have your name, can you clap for the lady seated beside David Orok? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes. Okay. That's okay. All right. So we'll have to. How many of us are ready for the first keynote at this event? Just wave at me. You know, as though to say hallelujah, but don't say it. Just wave. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, that's fine. It's all right. That's fine. Okay. I think it's about time we had the first. All right. Thank you for that sound. I think it's about time we had the first keynote. And okay. And that will be, that's from Engineer Uba, who is, in 2018 when I was at this conference, he was here live. But we understand that for the purpose of this event today, we'll be watching him very keenly, virtually. And I think, all right, just take your time. I think, are you set for that? Oh, beautiful. Okay, so you may want to put your hands together for the ICT guys. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Even as we, at this point, ladies and gentlemen, when it's on, I'll ask us to clap again so that he'll see that we are clapping for him. All the way from the United Kingdom, Engineer Uba. So let's just allow the ICT guys get that done with. Thank you very much. Sit tight and very, very...
Good morning, great participants of Leadership Purpose Conference 2021. Good morning to the distinguished panelists, and good morning to our highly esteemed speakers of this great conference. My name is Engineer Uba. I'm coming to you live from the United Kingdom. My purpose in life is to be part of your success. I have a vision to raise leaders, to raise entrepreneurs of global relevance, and I have a passion. My passion is to see you that is listening to me become a better version of yourself. Now, before we go into the keynote address, which I was asked to deliver, I want us to rise up and give a resounding ovation to Mr. and Mrs. Captain or Godwin Kano and his team for this great conference. Just put your hands together. Just rise up and keep clapping. Let's just clap and celebrate this couple, celebrate his team. For 9 years, they've been organizing this great conference. Just go ahead, continue. Clap for them, rise up. I hope you're doing that. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Celebrate this great couple. Celebrate this team. I have been privileged to speak in this conference for about the 6 editions. I was there when it started, and it started as that little seed that has been watered and has grown to become this large conference you're witnessing today. Now, back to business. I was told to do a keynote address on the topic becoming more. Be more. That's the topic of this conference. I want to let you know that in our nation, Nigeria, in our societies and all over the world, we have so many leaders but less leadership. So many leaders and less of leadership. Everybody is a leader. You know that because leadership is about influence. It's not about title. It's not about position. Everyone is a leader. But good leaders are made. Leaders are born because you were born by your mother, but good leaders are made. So, for you to be able to give out leadership, you have to become a good leader. So, in this particular keynote address, there are 2 things I'm going to bring up. Number 1 is becoming, and the other one is doing. One precedes the other. But I've seen situations where people go ahead and start doing without becoming, and at the end of the day, they make a mess of the whole thing. We have people in our country, in all over the world, who are in leadership positions who have not become what they are doing. And that is why you cannot give out what you don't have. And on Facebook, I see a lot of people who go out posting so many things, people who speak, talk, but they are not becoming, they are not doing anything in the society that we can reckon with. Because most of the time when you get to talk and then do anything without becoming, at the end of the day, you don't have a result to show for it. People can argue with what you say, but they cannot argue with your result. So what am I talking about here today? In Be More. The emphasis here today is that a lot of us have to consciously begin to develop ourselves. You need to become. You need to spend time in reading, spend time in studying, get a mentor who will mentor you, attend conferences and all that, and then try to become what you want to actually give out. So becoming is very, very important. Be more. Be more. Try to consciously develop leadership competencies, which are behaviors and attitudes which can help you become exceptional in anything you are doing. Those are the leadership competencies we're talking about. They include vision, they include integrity, they include consistency, learn good communication. These are the things that when you add it to your life, you become exceptional. And when you're exceptional at anything you do, people will want to be like you. People will follow you. We were told in leadership that people first of all see in you a leader before they follow you. But the leader first finds a vision before he finds the people. So don't expect people to follow you when they have not seen a leader in you. They have not seen leadership. They have not seen you exhibit leadership. Very important. And leadership, you and I know, is about influence. John C. Maxwell will say nothing more, nothing less. And influence is your ability to affect someone's character, someone's belief system, especially by providing an example for them to follow, and thereby you win their admiration. Let me take it again. Leadership is about the power, the ability you have it, to affect someone's character, someone's belief system, by providing an example. The fact that you're providing an example means that you are being, okay? There is something, that is a way you're living your life that somebody else is seeing and is admiring. And he's saying, this is good example for me to follow. So very important. And then that way you win their admiration. It makes it easy for you to lead them. Very important. So quit talking too much. Quit going all about posting things and all that. It is good on its own. But emphasis is, are you becoming? When people meet you, can they really see that thing you're posting in you? That thing you're talking about, have you actually achieved it? Do you have a result to show for it? Somebody said that people can argue with what you're saying, but they can never argue with your result. Very important. So being is important. And how do you become? Like I said, settle down. Reading, number one. The more you read, the more you grow. Reading is very important. Bill Gates was asked what one of his greatest secrets in life. He said it is reading. I read, I study. Even the greatest book that was written in the Bible tells us, study to show yourself approved unto God. So reading is very important. Spend time. Buy good books. Buy leadership books. Books written by John C. Maxwell, Dr. Miles Monroe, and so many great leaders we know about. Read their books on leadership. And as you read, make sure you apply them. Very important. So reading is very, very important. Then number two, also attend conferences like where you are today. Because you have people who have achieved a lot of things in life, who have testimonies, who have results, coming to give out secrets, important points on how they were able to get to where they are today. And if you follow the same thing, because what they're giving out to you are principles, and principles are generally accepted truth that can work anywhere in the world. They can work in UK, they can work in Akwa Ibom, where you are in New York. Very important. So they give out principles which you go back and practice yourself in order to become. Very important. Then number three, get a mentor. A mentor is very important. Somebody who will show you the way, who will consciously lead you, take you by the hand and show you the path to follow. And then as you begin to practice the things he's showing you, you are becoming. There are seasons of becoming and seasons of giving out. So first of all, you become, and be intentional about the becoming. Very important. Take it upon yourself intentionally to become, to read, to become, to grow. Grow first, not reading so that you can go and speak somewhere, not reading so that you can go out and post somewhere. No, but intentionally reading and disciplining yourself so that you will become. And then when you become, it's there for all to see. Paul said, let your progress be evident to all. And then when you're becoming, the next thing now is to do action. Begin to act on those things. Go out and do the things you have learned and all that, and then people will see it. And then that is influence there for you. So the challenge in this conference is to be more. Yeah, you're becoming, but be more. Take the extra step. Go the extra mile. Sacrifice a lot of things to become more. And the more you become more, the more it shows. And the more it shows, that is leadership for you. You are influencing a few people now, but when you become more, you influence greater numbers of people. Our nation is looking for leaders. Anytime you have a problem in any place, it's waiting for a leader to arise. It's waiting for people who are becoming. And when you try to arise without becoming, you're flat on your feet, on the ground, because certain things will floor you. I bet you take it from me. But when you become, you're being prepared for that assignment, prepared for that thing you're going to do. And when you begin to do it, nobody can question it because you are prepared for it and it is showing. So please, what are you going to do for me in this conference? Sit down very well, no distraction, be attentive, be intentional about the hearing today. Taking a lot of things and go back and sit down on it. It will develop, it will promote you. Because people will laugh if after all these conferences and all the going to church and everything, and yet they are not seeing anything. That's the challenge I have. That's my heart cry. We're taking so much of information, conferences here, lectures here, go to church today, go to church tomorrow, but people are not seeing anything. And that is why they are not following. So let us be intentional. Go back, practice these things. It works. Some people are giving up because they are saying after all these things, we are not seeing anything. No, it works. I'm a testimony. I have learned a lot of things way back when I was in Nigeria, talking about leadership, reading and all that, coming to a developed society like the United Kingdom and practicing it and seeing leadership, seeing results. Where I work, I'm distinguished. In my church, I'm distinguished. I'm not going out to project myself, but the things I'm doing, the leadership I'm providing is so visible that people are calling on me, come and take up, come and lead us. That is what happens. It happened in the Bible. It's still happening today. So I want to challenge you. This thing works. It's going to promote you. Leadership will take you from where you are to a higher level. It will do that financially. It will do that materially. It will do that to your integrity, to everything all around you. It will take you higher and higher. As you become more, you are climbing. So if you want to climb, the easiest way to climb is to become more. So I challenge everyone here today. Thank you very much, Godwin and your lovely wife and your team for this opportunity to do this. I'm so excited and I know you're going to have a lovely conference. Thank you very much and God bless you all.
Thank you very, very much. So I'll just make room for us to put our hands together again for that very wonderful keynote. Thank you so much, Engineer Oba. I've had the privilege of standing just very close to him at one of these editions. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, friends, allow me leeway at this point to make very beautiful introductions at this event, and I'll just start to run again from David Orok, who is the CEO of EL Space. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. We have the founder of TIC Network, Blessing Akpan. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you very much for being at this event. And I've also seen a very unconventional, non-conformist young man who is here and is doing some very good job in this state and of course across the nation of Nigeria. I was still in high school when I read his book, Idiots with BSc. The CEO of Med in Akwa Ibom Corporation, Collins Oscar. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much. You know, I just wish that when we were having the opening prayer, we had this kind of tall person, because I think that the people who are this tall, by virtue of the vertical height, would reach heaven. The prayers would get to God very quickly than the person who, let me not go there. All right, so, okay. I've also seen that, where's that light coming? Oh, wow, okay. The projector, that's fine. Okay. I just want you, sir, Paul Udato, please come sit here. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him. Please come sit here. Thank you very, very much. one of the young men doing some very fantastic things in the South Nigeria as it concerns leadership. Thank you so much for being here. You know, that's the spirit, and that's what it should look like. Too many times in a city where people are doing things, it's good to look at it from this aspect where we can collaborate and not just think that the other person is a threat. Please put your hands again together for Paul Uda. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you so much. Okay. Okay. So I noticed some people. I just want to make a wild guess that like yours truly. Some of us must have been doing some recordings on our phones because I noticed some people were not writing. And I don't know if the human brain has that capacity for such sharpness, to recall everything, every word, every morpheme, every phrase, every clause, every sentence used. Okay, so I'm just charging us to do some more of the writing. And, I think it was Adolf Hitler who said that a sharp pen is better than any weapon that has been produced. Adolf Hitler is not very a wonderful example for leadership, but then he was a good public speaker and orator. That's how he could convince and, of course, make sure that over 6,000 Jews were killed by just the words of his mouth. It's important that we understand how powerful words can be. That was a very good one from Engineer Ndubusi Ubayes. That's his name. He's a leadership expert that is now based in the UK. I saw something on somebody's WhatsApp status yesterday. Somebody said something very, Nigerians have an unparalleled sense of humor. Somebody said, I'll just paraphrase it a bit. No matter what you do, I bet try get plans to travel, come up for this country. I just looked at it and I didn't get it. I looked at it again, I just laughed. I said, come. Some of us, that scripture that says we eat of the us each. But then if you are not, at the end of this, are you still with me? At the end of this event, we'll see more about the state of Nigeria. We'll see more and we'll believe more about this great nation. There's a song that Timi Dakolo sang, Great Nation. I love that song so much. And each time it's sung, I just feel like. All right, okay, so that's it. Okay, I don't know how some of these cliches come around in Nigeria. Once they begin to say it on the internet, it goes viral. I don't know. I just started. I asked somebody last week, what's the meaning of this thing? You get it? And then I saw one funny video by one man. Let's not go there. So you get it? All right. Okay, so that's it. We've had that. I don't know if it's okay for us to have the second keynote speaker at this point. Captain, you could just signal, okay, we can have that. So please sit tight as you're already doing, and let's have the second keynote, Ekanem. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. The ICT, put your hands together for them if you want to. Thank you very much.
It is with great pleasure that I thank the organizers, all the speakers, the panelists. It is with great pleasure that I thank the organizers, all the speakers, the panelists, Captain, and you, yes, everyone who is here in this conference, either physically or joining online. Thank you so much for creating out time to come to this conference. And I want to thank Captain, like I call him, for consistently keeping this up over the years. Captain, the seeds you have sown, you would definitely reap the reward. You will see it not only in your life, but in the society through the lens of the kind of society that you want to see. And to everyone here, believe me, you will go back home with something that you will apply and your life will never be the same. There will be a paradigm shift and it will be for the best. So I was asked to talk on Be More, going past cultural and thought limit. I am so sorry that I can't do a video call that is due to circumstances beyond my control, which I have explained to Captain. I hope you'll be able to bear with me and just have this voice note. Or rather, what I'll see it as a podcast and enjoy the message, learn from it, and apply it. And I hope we'll all have a good time by the time we are done. Well, we all want to be more as humans, no matter the level we have attained or thriving to. And as humans, we are insatiable, and it is healthy for us to be in competition. But we must not forget that that competition has to be with ourselves. In the course of life, in having competitions with ourselves, there are certain limitations and obstacles that limit us to be more. And these limitations cut across but are not limited to environment, to our finances, to our educational background, our culture, our ethnicity, the mind, and even us as a person, we limit ourselves. But we can be more if we shed off that weight of self-limitation accrued from thoughts and beliefs that we have held on so long, either through a conscious or unconscious learning and adaptation, and even our backgrounds. But we know, as beautiful as culture is, which by the definition is the kind of knowledge we learn from other people, either through direct instruction or by simply watching behavior. And as we learn from those around us, some cultural beliefs have a significant role in limiting what we can actually do or what we can actually achieve. It has actually been postulated that as Africans, our behavior is motivated by what we believe, and what we believe is based on what we experience. I'll take that again. It has been postulated that as Africans, our behavior is motivated by the things that we believe, and what we believe is based on what we experience. So, you and I know that as Africans, what we have seen and experienced is better imagined than actually experienced. We've seen it from bad leadership, corruption, war, name it. But globally, as a people, as Africans, we have continually been looked upon by the Western powers and in negative perceptions and representations. That's the way they've seen us. That's why you see them amplify civil wars, you see them amplify hunger, you see them amplify corruption, insecurity, greed, disease, poverty. I mean, the list is endless. This has over the years had a negative psychological effect on us. And we oftentimes, wherever we find ourselves as Africans, have to do 2 times or more to prove our self-worth and our abilities. Let's bring it home. As a nation, that's Nigeria, we have over 371 ethnic groups and over about 520 spoken languages. That is enough to cause mayhem. So we sure deal with a lot of issues when we have this multicultural, diverse cultures, languages, people, and what have you. So we deal with a lot of issues, and in addition to the one, which society has bestowed upon us through bad leadership. However, as a continent and as a nation, you and I know that we have shown and made our names and changed the narrative on both local and foreign soils in different spheres. I mean, ranging from education, from sport, to medicine, agriculture, arts, music, name it. The people who actually changed this narrative looked beyond cultural beliefs and labels and thought to be different, and subsequently became more. Limiting cultural beliefs, I would say, operate in much more ways or much the same ways as limiting personal beliefs. There has been so many books and publication in personal development on how we can overcome the perceptions in our minds that hold us back from achieving our goals. I mean, you can even see it from the negative talks that sometimes, I'm sure you and I have gone through this path or journey down this road before, where we've said to ourselves at some point that I'm not strong enough, I'm not brave enough, I'm not intelligent enough, I'm not rich enough, I'm not beautiful enough. These are examples of self-imposed limitation. And they are self-fulfilling prophecies. However, they can be overcome when we have the right mental attitude. A cultural belief is exactly the same as this self-limiting attitude, just that it is harder to spot because it is a shared belief. A cultural belief is a belief that is commonly shared. One example of such cultural shared beliefs, I would say that before now, they used to say women's place used to be in the home. Wasn't in the home. Centuries believed it. And women were oppressed for many centuries. Another cultural belief was that the racial supremacy of the white. And I note that I used the word worse because we have over time broken the shackles of many of these false and limiting beliefs that, still as a culture that has made us to live under many delusions. There is a sentence I hear so many times, and it says, stick to what you know best. And I believe you have at some point, heard it too. But I have come to know and over the years feel exactly the opposite. Rather consciously and intentionally, I have always said, don't let your mind limit your change of success. Don't let your mind limit your chance of success, I believe so much in these words that they have become my daily affirmations, and no matter what the circumstances, I try to live according to them. Let me share you a personal story. The heights that I've always had this height that I've always wanted to attain in my educational pursuit. And while I was on the path of other things to succeed, I kept that on my physical and mental vision board. So in 2018, the opportunity came, but I had to defer it to the next year because of the huge financial cost at the time. In 2019, the financial cost was now twice what it was in 2018, and currently it is 6 times even more. But I took the plunge, foot forward, not giving in to limiting thoughts and doubts, no matter what and is the current situation. Every goal we wish to achieve, oftentimes starts with 50% chance of success and a 50% chance of failure. Nevertheless, most people focus on failure and increase that percentage in their minds as they go on up to 80% and even more. We are constantly afraid not to disappoint ourselves and others, and then we fear that rejection, and then we have this mindset of, what will people say? We don't want people to criticize and ridicule us in case we fail. These fears actually prevent us from trying new things and embarking on new voyages. I stumbled on a quote that's from Ellen Johnson Sirleaf in her book, This Child Will Be Great, Memoir of a Remarkable Life, where it says that if your dreams do not scare you, then they are not big enough. So you should have fears. Your dreams should actually, you should be afraid of the dreams that you have. You should be constantly afraid of them. But we think that fear is a bad thing. Most fears are just limiting thoughts that run in our minds and create horrifying mental situations about what might happen if we fail and what will people say or think about our failure. Fear is not utterly negative. It has a positive and useful side. And that positive and useful side is where it protects us and keeps us safe. However, too much fear leads to a limited thinking and limited life, which can turn into a major obstacle of success. So overcoming this self-imposed limitation in your personal life opens up new and many doors in self-development and quality of life. Shedding oneself of false impressions allows each and every one of us to follow a path that is true to our souls. Identifying a limiting cultural and self-belief and understanding why it is flawed can make you become an agent of change. How you can do this is by communicating the message. In doing that, you can shape the thinking of the collective cultural and self-belief consciousness of people and yourself. This is what great people in history did and became agents of change. Example is Martin Luther King and Gandhi. Martin Luther King took the long-held idea of racial equality and turned it into a movement that changed America and the world. Gandhi was able to identify that the loyalty to the British Crown was not so much in the best interest of the Indian people, but rather self-determination and independence was the key. These people actually changed the collective consciousness and freed a culture from holding on to a belief that was holding them back. They did this for justice and truth in their culture. But I will say, just in the same way, seek for justice. Seek for freedom and truth in your personal life. Because ultimately, the journey of self-improvement in your personal life will always include some contribution, which is going to be yours, of something that betters mankind. You can be more if you would seek the truth by opening your mind to be aware of limiting thoughts that run in your mind, changing your beliefs if you find out they were and are flawed. You will also be more if you replace the limiting thoughts and negative thoughts with positive thoughts. No matter what your current reality is, no matter what your previous experience is or are, anticipate success, happiness, good relationship instead of anticipating rejection, failure, and disappointment. And if you fail, by all means, which we always do, think of it as a step onto a ladder of success. And next time at that quest, increase your effort. Form the habit of affirmations. Repeat affirmations about the goals and the things you wish to achieve. Every morning you wake up in the morning, psych yourself up. I'm great, I can do this, I'm better off. My limitations, my environment, my culture, my educational background, my financial background, my parental background will not hold me back. Be expectant of success, because what you don't expect, you cannot experience. Uplift your spirit, increase your inspiration, gain new perspective on life. Read books, because by reading you also learn. By reading, you also experience. By reading, you also get motivated. It is entirely a personal responsibility. I mean, for one to either keep thinking in a limited way and then by putting a barrier around you, or you choose to break that barrier and think bigger and better thought. Because everything is in the mind. So which one do you want? A limited life or an unlimited life? But guess what? It depends on how you think. When this happens, you will see that progressively, as you keep being persistent with your new attitude, your mind will stop thinking limiting thoughts and start adopting a new, bigger, and constructive way of thinking. Then new opportunities and path to success will present themselves to you. And when they present themselves to you, you'll be able to notice it. And when you notice it, you'll be able to embrace it and then follow it. Daily, you find out that with a little effort on your part, you will learn how to stop limiting yourselves and be an overcomer of these limitations. So, I encourage you to believe in yourself. Because everyone seated here, even including myself, we have within us the inner power to go beyond limiting beliefs and thinking. We have the inner power within us to be more. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, the ICT, for giving us that flawless, seamless transmission. Thank you so very much. Yes, let me just give us some kind of pre-knowledge that somewhere around this event would have to take question and answers, and then we'll have a panel session too. Okay, so yes, so I just wanted to, you've heard a lot of things, and okay, so we just want to, at some point, we'll have to hear from you concerning the things that you've heard at this event so far. Okay, so we have another phenomenal speaker who just arrived not long ago. I understand that there is some CV, some profiling to be done of the next speaker, and I'm talking of none other than Manti Umo, who herself is a management consultant. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you very much. Just before, can I have the usher just walk towards me? Thank you very much. Yeah, just come. Let's have a tete-a-tete. Thank you. Yeah, come. You didn't need to hear that. Thank you so much. So let's allow the guys at the ICT again to just do a run of her profile for us. Thank you very much. Even as I thank you too for sitting this calm and very collected. Can you put your hands together for yourselves again? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Manti Umar is an education management consultant and policy development expert. She is a senior partner at the Purple Patch Consult. Her mission is to maximize human capacity development in Africa, institutionalize good governance, restore confidence in corporate, international, national, and local governance, as well as the interactions between other sectors of African society. She is described by the international business and leadership community as a quintessential kingmaker and polymath, catalyzing the growth of Africa's next generation leaders. As the chair, Council Future Plan for Nigeria, the foremost interdisciplinary knowledge network dedicated to promoting innovative thinking to shape a sustainable and inclusive future for all, she focuses on bridging the gap between governments, for-profits and non-profits, and social enterprises that are working to solve complex issues in Nigeria, Africa, including systematic poverty, food insecurity, access to healthcare, community development, and second-generation strategies to address these issues. Manti Umar is the Executive Director of the Community Stakeholders for Social Good, which convenes Akwa Ibom Business Leadership Summit, Akwa Ibom Youth Leadership Summit, which is committed to improving Akwa Ibom State. She empowers conversations between business, technology, entrepreneurs, and governance following the New Devil's Manifesto, which states that in creating such value, a company serves not only its shareholders, but all its stakeholders, employees, customers, suppliers, local communities, and society at large. Her interests includes understanding the role of private capital in solving public problems, extending the capacity of foundations to solve complex societal issues, and the sustainability of public and private systems when governments disinvest in these systems. Ladies and gentlemen, to speak at LPC Conference 2021, Manti Umar.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, ma'am, for being with us at this event. Thank you very much.
It's good afternoon by my time. Good afternoon, everyone. So, two things are going to happen. I can't see clearly when I wear my glasses to look at people. It's odd, but that's the way my eyes are. But I can see clearly when I'm reading. So if you see me squinting, it's not because I'm forming OT for you today. I can't see you clearly. But the other thing is, if I wear my glasses, I can't also see clearly in the dark hall because I'm not reading. So I already beg your permission to squint at you, look at your face, and I may look at you for a little while before I get a recognition of who I am looking at. But it's good to be here, and it's good afternoon. I just checked my time. It's after 12. So good afternoon to you again. I hope you enjoyed your last session. I was listening. And one of the key things I took from what Imam said was how you start your day, what determines what your day is. How you start your day is what determines what your day is. Thank the leadership of the Lead World Group for having me. I can see Mr. Oscar. Aha, my eyes are acclimatizing. I've seen blessing, you see, so that's what happens with the light on my eyes. I've seen a rock, and I'll keep seeing and then recognizing more people. It's beautiful to speak alongside these amazing people that are doing work that is growing up Bible. I was tasked with speaking on a theme that is a bit emotional for me. Emotional for me because I wonder if I have gone through enough mess to say that I have the requisite experience to share with another person how to become more irrespective of their mess. It is one thing to come through a season in your life. And you know, a few days ago I was saying to my mother, I said to her that none of us as individuals can judge the other person's journey. I think I'm ready for a sit-in. None of us as individuals can judge another person's journey. Not because... Thank you. So, her name is Victoria. You have her. She sews very, but she's not a tailor. She's a computer science student. Aha. Thank you. No, you can go outside. So just in case you see and say, Madam Seamstress, she will not answer you. She wants you to call her Madam Coding. I mean, she can sew. So she came with me today. Thank you, Victoria. And I said to you that, I said to my mom a few days ago, that none of us seated here can judge the other person's journey just by seeing them or hearing about them. A few years ago in Akwa Ibom, you would have seen Mr. Collins Oscar and said, this guy that sells by the road. You would have judged him by where you saw him, by not by the content of his character. The content of a person's character is a better judge for who the person is. If he has the tenacity to stand with his product on the road, it means he has the tenacity to market for nations. But you see him and you say he's selling by the road. I see him and I see a man that is willing to do whatever he needs to do to become whoever he wants to become. Many young men today will not carry blocks to even pay their own school fees, so they have their own certificates. You won't. You bleed glory. You bleed glory. How do you people say that thing? I'm a speck of poverty. Everywhere, many speculated poor people. Absolutely no rational ways of making money. But you're a speck. I still do not understand how I get breast, I get hips, I get to my white material. How? It's just you've not seen men that have abs. The thing is that you can choose one thing. A man can have abs and not have money, or have money and not have abs. So, men can have breasts too. Does that make them husband material? How is that even a standard of endeavor for a woman? I'm not saying that this generation cannot have all the fun they want to have. But there's something my mom says. She's Ibibio. She says, it's not a prayer, it's not a curse. It's come, they are coming. I use my children as examples because I use you fully as examples. I don't live your life. I don't see you every day. So this I'm asking of you, I ask of them. I have a conversation with my son, that is a photographer that you people know in this town, and I say to him, he loves driving my car. And I say to him, it's fine, you can drive the car, but filling my engine will cost me 35,000 naira. Drive my car. It's not pride, it's scale of preference. It's fine to use iPhone 13. I can afford iPhone 13, but I won't buy iPhone 13. I use crutches. I can't run if you start pursuing me. I'm not running for my life. I'm running because I'm carrying a phone that is more expensive than me. That doesn't make any sense to me. So I already know I can't run. Then I'll now carry iPhone 13. Like, I don't have that power. Some of you don't even have the collateral or the insurance plan to live the life that you're living. You want to be more already. You're excess of not more. How do you even become more? I can come to you today and I can preach to you. But honestly, you've been to too many churches. If you live like I live upstairs and the church behind you does 21 days fasting and prayer, you'll be tired of hearing from the Lord. But it is that we live in a Christian state. It's either your parents or your grandparents or your great-grandparents. My father is still telling my children to go and do their baptism. They can baptize you and even kill you inside the water. If you're not ready to be more, you won't be anything. It's not a word of prophecy, because our generation has been taught that when they shake the heads, they raise the hands, that must be from God. You are God seated in this place. God is not a white man that carries dreadlocks or all those things you see in pictures. God is blessing, God is mercy, God is so many other people seated here. And if I ask you to stand up and you take a look at yourself in the mirror, and you would not like the God that you worship to look like that, why are you looking like that? You are God. If God would not want, if you not want the God you worship to walk on the street eating gum, making sounds like the cobbler, you know that sound that the cobbler makes? How many of you have met women that chew gum, even men that chew gum, and sound like the cobbler shooting? Imagine somebody saying, this is the God that Mr. Collins worships, and he comes out. Mr. Collins, will you worship that God? So good. God is you, God is me. Let's first break that thing that we have been taught to believe. Say, God is you and God is me. Then I leave my house today at 11:45. I come downstairs at 11:50. I'm upset about something. And I stand there for 5 minutes and I'm trying to put back my thoughts. And I leave at 11:55 and I'm at the roundabout and Mr. Kalu calls me and I say, I'm just leaving my house. I might as well have said I'm on Nisika Idwa. So the God that you are tells lies. How will you worship that God? I'm a Christian. That's the first foundation of who I am. So if the Bible says that these and many more shall ye do in my name, it means that I have the capacity to be anything I want to be and much more than that. So it also means that I breathe the capacity. As you people are breathing glory, how did they say that thing? Somebody should teach me. I want to know how far. Huh? You drip glory. You do what again? Tell me now, how far? You drip glory, you do what again? Yeah? You bury. So what's the word that comes before that bury part? Yeah, it's peck. Okay, good. So if your spec is the spec that amplifies a lie, would you worship that spec? I'm not talking about being religious. I'm talking about being God. Because if there's anything I will achieve today, is to make you walk out in the capacity of the knowledge of who you are. And in understanding who you are, it addresses who you become. I don't need to take you to where you need to go to. I need to show you who you are and where you are. And you will determine if you want to change. I won't preach change to you, because Buhari has done that and it hasn't worked. But I would just say to you, pick your struggle. And that first struggle is yourself. Who are you? Do you like who you are? When you wake up in the morning and look at the person you see in the mirror, do you love that person? I have a cousin that's a top sound engineer in this town. 3 years ago down the line, if you were much younger, I'm in my late 30s, if you were much younger, my cousin had an EBBO intonation problem. So he used to say things like, I'm just coming and come at the junction, and when I come, I'm coming to see you in that place. They're like, what did you say? At a certain point, my cousin realized that he wanted to sell for a market that was not just the Akwa Ibom market. My cousin took time, did Google, did accent lessons. I'm not talking about you when you want to call egg, you say ugh. There's nothing like ugh. Egg is egg. Pronounce the egg. Let a layman know what egg is. He took out time and readdressed his speaking skills. And as I speak with you, top people from Lagos, from across the world, ask him to do their jingle. Because he was determined to change who he was. And he became a better version of who he is. This generation, good afternoon, Mr. Niakan. Welcome. This generation is the generation that says, leave me as I am. You see, I can leave you as you are, and there's absolutely no problem. But this is the thing. If you do know how to cook, when soup begins to show you that it's going to get sour, you can choose to leave the soup as it is, and it completely gets sour, and the entire environment is badly smelling. Or you can put onions, put it on fire, put a bit of oil, and salvage the soup. I'm not talking about the people that can only cook Indomie. I'm talking about the people that know how to cook. I'm not saying boil Indomie. Now, we can choose to leave the soup as it is, or we can choose to remedy the soup in its bad state and it becomes better. If you do that with afang, it tastes better. You put in some oil, you put in some onions, it cleanses whatever is there, and you eat. Another thing about soup is, for those of you that man die when body do quick, you cook soup now, you eat now. You don't even know nice soup. You cook ekpang now, you eat now. You don't even know nice ekpang. When you cook and leave it and tomorrow you warm it, how many people can testify to the goodness of God? Man, that's how to drip glory. You cook today and eat tomorrow. It shows you. See, if you want to test, for those of you that want to get married early, you want to test a woman that has patience, cook nice smelling soup today and watch how she does not go near the kitchen till tomorrow. This one is wife material. Same with a man. Cook food when he's very hungry and tell him, guy, let's leave it tomorrow, we'll eat. No, you just tell him, you say, go and buy fufu and come, buy fufu. Keep water for washing hand. Let's leave it tomorrow, we eat. That's how you know a man that is patient. That's how you know if a man is sauce. It's not only girls dripping glory. Man is sauce. But you see the thing about it, the essence of wine is that the longer it stays, the more tasty it is. This generation is a generation that wants to be left as they are. You see the problem with leaving you as you are. Is either you get worse. And honestly, when we leave you in a bad state, we don't help you. That includes me. Because when I get to 40, I'm done with this generation. I'm now saying the younger generation. Leave me as I am. You wear a trouser that is in complete malicious agreement with your shoes. Leave me as I am. Everybody wears jumpsuits. Can you wear jumpsuits to see the president? How come we know how to dress well before a human being, but we don't know how to dress well before ourselves? Remember, I said to you that you are God. So every day, the way you address and dress yourself is the way God is to you. Now is the twist. I love the guys with the twist, but can you at least add water to your hair so that we know what is smelling in the room? God smells nice. If he made perfume, frankincense, he must know how to smell nice. Deodorant is not expensive. That is God. Be more. You come into the room and your glory fills the temple. Everybody's looking for an escape route. It is that I expect a higher standard of myself. How do you know a great person? When he comes in, his aroma precedes him. That is how good soup is. Oh, they know when I want to cook my food by myself. It's not even because I want to eat it. It's just for the beauty of the way the aroma takes over the environment. And when people eat it, they're like, this is so nice. I'm not even interested in eating it. It's the finished product that I am interested in. I can spend hours to cook and I'll dish it for all of them to eat. And it's not, it's the process that makes a person, that defines who a person will be. You want me to talk about mess? And I say to you that because I cannot say that your struggle is less or more than mine, I know that many people will come to you and say, I was selling by the road, and when I finished selling by the road, I now slept in Oduakwan, and them. That was my story. But what you have been through can be much more than what I have been through. But you didn't sleep on the street. I do not hold the powers to judge your journey better than mine just because you didn't walk in my own shoes. You wear your shoes. You know how it pains you. Some of you are a product of packaging. You know where to buy trousers. How many of you know that there's somewhere they can buy trousers 500 naira, correct trousers? You don't know. You people don't bleed any glory in this place. Guys, here, let's be real. Do you know that there are places men buy trousers less than 1,000 naira, correct trousers? You said? Okay. You know, on the low. Okay. Please be high about it. It is that you are covered. You cover your body. How many of you know that most of what we wear as women, by the time we price it 350 and finish ironing it, you can't even believe the cost. What matters is that when we come out, you are saying, how can I afford her? Even the Hollandia yogurt you are buying to drink has afforded everything. But because of the way she drips the glory, please, I don't know why this drip glory is now my wahala today. But I am saying to you that your process may not be my process, but that does not make your mess less smelly than mine. Today, fortunately, I'm invited to speak. Mr. Nyekanosoro, thank you. Recommendation, Carlo, thank you. Good. That's beautiful. But there are many people out there that have better stories than mine that haven't been heard. It's grace. Never feel that your journey is better than the other person's own just because of the opportunities you have. each and every one of us has a process for their life. We determine the path we end up in. If it's a process, everybody will come through a process. And listen, don't be quick to dismiss another person because you have heard of their process. If you have not worn their shoe, you don't know what they've been through. Ah, see this Mr. Collins. He has eaten all the entrepreneurs' money in Akwa Ibom. All. See his boss. Look at it outside. Akwa Ibom showroom. It's not even his boss. How do you drive it? Look at his shoes. How much is it? Miss Usor, look at him. He's not telling me. How much do they pay you for this mismanagement of your mind? You keep feeding on other people's insecurities. What is this person doing? What is this other girl doing? Look at the way her shoulder was open. If her shoulder was open, go to her and tell her, babes, don't you think if you sewed this thing and it covered your shoulder, it will be fine? If you cannot correct her, then keep it to yourself. We're busy destroying each other. Meanwhile, your journey is worse than the other person. Because to be more, you need to look at yourself in the mirror and say, this is how I stand. And you do a sniff. I don't know how many of you young ladies, because I know young ladies who that will catch yourself in the middle of the day doing. Do you know what that is? They just want to make sure they still smell good after a long day. It's an unconscious behavior. Even I do it. When there's nobody, I check. Okay, I've sweated, but I still smell good. If we that are humans can do that to ourselves, how come you can't do that across Mr. Nyekan's shirt, yet you are concerned about the concerns of his life that is not your business? We spend too much time in other people's mess to be able to be a message to ourselves. At what point in time do you disconnect from others to be yourself? I can sit here, like I said, and tell you the stories. Oh, I saw Zobo. Yes, I saw Zobo. I saw Zobo 12 years ago. How does that connect with your journey here? Oh, I used to stay at Where is Nature Outdoors Park with my twin sons. How does that help you? I don't want you to pity me. I'm not a pity story. I'm a victory story. So you need to either choose for yourselves. It says, choose ye this day. It's not only whom you will serve that you will choose. You will choose the dictates of your life. You will choose the purpose of your life. You will choose the outcomes of your life. And let me start by saying to you, the number one way to choose to do better from your mess is to choose every morning what counts for you. You know, it looks like a joke, but you see, social media, as good as it is messing with our minds as people. We are completely in competition with nothing. Why do I say we're in competition with nothing? You have no clue absolutely where I am coming from. And you know that people only tell you what you need to know. They don't tell you what they want, they don't want you to know. I give you the story, the part of the story I want you to hear. There are parts of the story that is precious to me. And I save it for whoever I want to share it with. However, you come and you're comparing your life with the story you see of me. You don't even know it. So number one is that every day you wake up, you promise yourself to do better today than you did yesterday. Find a routine for yourself. Doing sports is not for rich people. Doing sports is for poor people. So that you can keep your mind in check before poverty will keep dictating what you think about. Run in the morning. Put your mind in check. Do exercise. Do something. 30 minutes, 10 minutes. It's not a rich man's culture. It's a healthy man's culture. If you can't run like me, find something that exercises your mind, exercises your body. Do something. Don't wake up to your phone. Social media is exhausting. There is time to post. There's a time to post. There's a time to reply to comments. But there's a time to live the life that you can post. The life that you post is not lived at the time you post the life. It's a life that is already lived, which means to say that by the time you are posting the life, you see, when you people were reading my biography here, or my profile here, I went to pee and I sat in the bathroom and I laughed and I said, these people are reading what I have already done. They've not added what I'm about to do. So to me, that is still, I'm trying to become. I'm trying to be more. When they read your, like, I cannot come off the stage if they don't read my profile, if they did not read my this thing. Have they written my name in that program of events? You did not write my H properly. What is your problem? How does a H make a person? It is who you are that makes your name what it is. If you search on Google and you find me, it is work I have done. It is not Google preempting who I will become. You become who you are every day. You practice, you do, you try, you strive. Nigeria, when I say let Nigeria not happen to you, it's a prayer you need to just sit in your closet and say, Lord, may this country not happen to me, and you say amen. And it's not funny, it's not a joke to me. My son just recently graduated from Nsukka, and his cousin in the US has finished her master's too at 21. Like, I don't get it. May Nigeria not happen to you. He went in when she was in secondary school, and he came out when she was finishing masters. One strike after the other, one issue after the other in school. Go home. NSAS, you go home. COVID, you go home. When I say may Nigeria not happen to you, it's a prayer. It's a prayer. My friend's father was recently murdered, coming back from his wife's award ceremony. So you have a mother that was trying to fight for the whole nation. Finally, she died. Then Nigeria, that she died for, killed your father. May Nigeria not happen to you. It has happened to our parents. It has happened to our finances. It has happened to our community. We're maintaining peace movement, and every day I see us go around the streets in politics doing that. I ask, are we in war already? Is there a war we cannot see? But there's a war already happening. People are not happy with what their lives are. Are you happy with your life? Or you have a mother that pays your bills. You have a father that pays your school fee. You have everything done for you. Why can't you do, have you not heard of people your age that have done more for themselves? And don't you desire it? And if you desire such a higher life, every morning you wake up, your daily routine should prove the higher life you want to have. It's not because Mr. Collins is here, but because he is here, it makes it more essential. So I'm not misinterpreted when I give him as an example. He can hear the example I'm giving of him. Every day, he posts, this business has done this, that business has done that. If he talks about business, will you not take him seriously about business? You want to be a makeup artist. Today you are posting Davido, 250 million. Tomorrow, Obi Kubana, they say is a thief. Day after tomorrow, what's the other news? You find trending news. Nobody even knows who you are. You're a media consultant. The consistency in which a person's life grows is the less within he comes out of his mess. When you want to clean a baby of their mess, you get the first wipe, you clean. You get the second one, you clean. The more you clean, the cleaner the baby becomes. When you go to toilet, that's the same thing you do with yourself. How come you do not try that with your daily life? I'm not comfortable with who I am now, so I'm going to try to be better. You come out rumpled, everything. Oh, how much is... So I started and you think it's a joke. People address you by the way you address yourself. People address you by the way you look. You go into a conference, you look like the person, I don't even understand. How do I explain this to this generation of people? You wear joggers to a conference, you wear suits to a party. What's the problem? The Bible says again, everything is good, but not everything is right to do. You see me? The crazy, you can ask them, the crazy ideas I have about my hair. Some days I want to paint it pink. Do I want to paint it pink? Yes. Am I afraid of you to paint it pink? No. You are not my trouble. You don't pay for the hair. But will I paint it pink? No. Because if I paint it pink today, tomorrow lead wall says, come and preach to young people. I come in pink. Tomorrow everybody wears pink. They will say, who do you follow? Mansi. It's not me. Me, I wore pink to where I wanted to wear pink to. But because my life is an example, your life is an example. There are people on your street that see you every day and want to become you. You are not less of an individual. There's something about you that matters. And your existence is worth it. Every second of your existence is worth it. Money does not make your existence worth it. Your personality, what you do every day, is what makes existence worth it. This thing you people call guy, you wake up one day and you're tired of it. You see life, we lose it like this. It takes 1 second and your life is snapped out of your hands. If you die today, what will we know about you? It's hard. It's hard for everybody. The difference between the way it's hard for you and the way it's hard for me, or because you see us come in cars, let me tell you the story of the person that has a car. You have to buy fuel. You see all this farming. Farming must have money for fuel. Do you know that you spend less than we do when you get on public transport? You want to be like me. Be like me how? Be like yourself. Be how God wants you to be. Stop trying to be like speakers. Stop trying to be like anybody. Be exactly what God wants you to be. And that is enough. Don't add any more. Take a bit here. Take a bit there. Take a bit there. And tell God, I like the way this man speaks. So, how can Manti speak like this person? You go about it, you learn. Every behavior is learned. Every attitude is learned. You came in as an open slate. You decided what you wanted to pick. You didn't make the hair you made because you just sat down and made it. You saw it and somebody looked good in it, so you made it. You dress up the way you do because somebody dressed up the way you do. So bring out your style and let us follow you. What is that mess that you have? Because every mess becomes a message. Until you're able to leave your mess, you can't become a message. We're running away from our mess, so there are no messages. We have copycats everywhere. Somebody is selling chicken and plantain. Everybody is selling chicken and plantain. What happened to selling chicken and yam? What happened to selling goat meat and yam? Dare to be different. It's not a proverb. Dare to be different by Collins Oscar. Dare to be different by Onyeka Sorry. It's not a proverb. It's you. Dare to be different. And let your difference not be too different. In daring to be different, women are naked. The older we go now, the more naked we are. Wait for my 40th birthday picture. Wait, it's coming in a few years. You will see me. I'll be completely naked. It's different. Because the older you go, the less the intelligence is. We leave the intelligence below, we go up. That is not what you want to be. You choose the life you want to be. The tighter the clothes, the better. How do you people breathe? I have a sister. I have a friend actually. We call her my sister, And she dresses well. Don't tell her I told you, so her head will not be big. But I saw her wearing a dress on Sunday. Beautiful dress. And me, I was saying, she's the one wearing the dress. She said, what's your problem? I said, can you breathe? She said, I don't blame you. But can you breathe? Turn to your neighbor and ask, can you breathe? Like, really, can you breathe? It's a case of quack bobo. Just quack and you put it. Can you breathe? The ladies are all stuck up. The breasts are nearly popping out. Sister, thank you. Can you breathe? Brother, can you breathe? Is your life allowing you breathe? You say, man. I'm an African man. African man. What's the meaning of African man? Which Wikipedia has defined African man for you? I'm an African man. You don't use you don't use cologne. I'm an African man. When you bring out your shoes, everybody flees. Wash your socks. That's not Africanness. That's dirt. You wear socks 5 days in 5 weeks. Are you a weekly person? I'm an African man. You finish it in air. Some of you African men, you are seated like this. You are spreading your space. I'm taking territory. Cross your legs and sit properly or put them together. African man. I breathe. What do you say? I drip glory. Which glory is our glory that is taking another person's space? Please put your legs together, brother. Be an African man. There is nothing African about a man. A man is perfect. A man is God's essence. A man is everything that he is supposed to be. A man is precious. A man is not better than a woman. A woman is not better than a man. You know, today is not the day I want to talk about feminism. You people, we will have that conversation. There is nothing wrong when you say this one is a feminist. What's feminist? You're a feminist. Everybody that says do for the goose as you want to do for the gander is a feminist. Don't allow anybody deceive you. Men that say allow the lady sit down is a feminist. A woman that says allow the man sit down. Hey, a man must do everything. Where? Now? It's a lie. He doesn't do everything. You do some, we do some. The two shall come together. Some of you are building your lives as women to come apart. You are looking for men that will sponsor your irresponsible lifestyle. You want to make hair you cannot afford to make. Sister, it's your head. If you like, don't make it. And we're now breeding a generation of lazy men. I know they are not in this conference. Where is the pride of the man? Dave, send me credit. Where? Go and carry blocks and buy credit. What's your problem? Have a bit of pride. That's why you people are settling for women that dispossess you of your future and your hope. A sense of pride. Come, let me lap you. Lap you where? You don't have transport. Trek, brother. That's pride. Trek with pride. Or you go and carry blocks. Get a second job. That's how to drip glory. Get a job. Get something to do. Get an extra income. Listen, life is not meant to suffer. If anybody is bringing suffer to your life, say, I don't want this one. Marriage is for endurance. Marriage is for endurance. Enduring what? Is it Star Trek? The future I want is the today I live. I wake up and I come here. I know I'm not going to make it at that 12:15. I say to Mr. Carlo, I may not make it at 12:15. I need to finish attending to my baby before I come out. And I'm straight with that. You don't like it. You don't want me. Okay, but I'm trying to be on time. What is it about your life that will make anybody be interested to do business with you? There's Mrs. Mercy here. She's young. She's beautiful. Have you asked her? I knew Mercy years ago. Is it today I knew you? Years ago. Church of God Mission. One thing after the other. You do one thing after the other. You do one thing after the other. How many of you, so I will leave you in the next few minutes with this. Do you like yourself as you are now? And if you don't like yourself, I'm not talking about suicidal not liking. No, that's a different angle of depression. I'm talking about you looking at your life now. You go through your WhatsApp chat. You go through your Facebook. You look at your Facebook name and you recognize your Facebook name. You can't even spell your name properly on Facebook. And you expect me to address you with respect. Itoro is, how do they even do these things? Glory is GHLOWREEYAH. Why? The way you want to be addressed. Listen, there's something called a digital footprint. And if you are Gloria and you expect Wikipedia to take you seriously, even the internet does not take you seriously because they don't even know your name. Then somebody is searching for your work and goes and looks for Gloria They can't connect with you. You need to take yourself seriously. You're not baby seated here. Even a baby, when he's hungry, takes himself seriously. He cries out loud. Take yourself seriously. You're not too young to take yourself seriously. Go into a place and ask yourself, I'm chewing gum. I'm busy. Everybody is normal. You are the only person permitting sound where you are. And it's not like you're chewing the gum with a bit of a fizzy, like. How do you want people to treat you? Number 2 question is this. How is your daily life affecting the way people will address you in 10 years? Do you know that your friends in secondary school that knew you were not a serious person still feel you're not a serious person even when they get to do business? They say, it's blessing that is doing that thing for you. That girl, she's not a serious person. Because they knew you then. Give them a change story. Be different. How many of you can see Blessing Akpan and say she's not a serious person? Even the way she's walking past you, you will know she's very serious. She just, one program, the next achievement, the next this thing. 3, change your friends. Change them. It's not by force. I don't want to be your friend. You don't need to go around telling them. See, you can be friends with anybody you want to be if you choose the friends you want. Everybody is being friends. So is it not somebody that married the Prince of England, Meghan Markle? Is she a princess? She chose the kind of man she wanted to marry. Married. You know, and it's like, let's manage. Are you a manager? Managers make better money. Go and make money. Finally, every day you wake up, say to yourself, this is the lowest I will ever be. This is the least I can ever be. Today, I can't afford a meal. I can afford clothes from a thrift shop. I can't afford certain things. I can afford public education. But when I'm done at this level, I'm going to achieve so much that they cannot deprive me of anything I want to be. Let me tell you why you struggle as I end. You struggle because you have become comfortable with less, that you're not interested in becoming more. Nobody that has done better with their lives has more than one head on their head. Have you seen anybody that said, Guinness Book of Records, he has 2 heads? No. Every single achiever that you see on the streets that you think is better than you had the same privileges, had the same pain, had the same process you had. But they decided that they would do better with themselves. I can leave you as you are, but I would just say to you, gone are the days when people beg people, change, change, change. Say, I change. I'm going to change. Oh yeah, all of you say, I change, I change. I'm not going to do that to you. It takes my energy. It gives me a headache. It's your life. If you like, change. I'll only say to you, if you change, it's better for you. And the many of us that change, the more of us that glow in glory, the more of us that drip the glory of God, the more of us that are gods that will walk the face of the earth. Can you imagine that in the next 5 years, all of us come here? I'm not telling you buy lands and that, but that the testimony of our lives in 5 years is better than the ones that we are seated here. We come into this place as young entrepreneurs, young leaders, business leaders. It's just, you say, okay, I'm just doing Zobo, but you're selling out 1,000 bottles of Zobo a day. It's just Zobo, but it's something. Imagine all of us coming in the next 5 years. Do you think that they will treat you the same way you are treated today? Desire the life that is more than where you are. And I promise you it won't be the same. Thank you for having me this afternoon. And God bless you.
Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I love that we make that hand clap better than that for her. Thank you so much. While she was yet speaking, wow, I mean, she just changed the whole atmosphere of the room and brought us some very stark realities. Thank you very much, Ma, for affording to be that sincere with us. Thank you so much. You said a lot of things, and I don't know, Ma, if we could just take a couple of questions for you.
That's fine. That's fine.
Before you step
I'll
out.
be happy to take the question.
Thank you very much. And you said that even if you're right, I think I got that word. Thank you very much. And then, I don't know, Ma, if you're aware of the song. Listen to the song to find me one day. Are you aware of that one? It's also one song that is
No, I
around.
think, recently there's been a lot of kidnap cases.
That's nice.
So the police will find them.
Okay. So, thank you very much, Ma. Please put your hands together for her again. Thank you very much. And I'm very quick in few split seconds. So just take questions. One from this axis. Can we have one more from there? Okay. Can we have one from here? All right. So we'll just run with that. Okay. Let's have the question, please. Thank you very much. Yeah, how many do you have? How many questions? Okay, just go ahead. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ma. Thank you, the MC. Please, my question is very simple and direct. Ma, there is always this saying that you are addressed the way you dress, and it's always a reference point whenever a speaker is speaking about the dressing, the dress code. I don't know if President Obama will be addressed less if he chooses a particular dress that he seems fit for him. Because as a person, I choose my dresses on days. My HOD has said, why do I wear shorts to the class? But I do wear shorts on Fridays. But Ma, please,
So you're dressed down on Fridays?
Yeah,
you dressed down?
I am on casual on
yeah.
Fridays. So Ma, please, I don't know how I can redress. I don't know how I can redress. Is there...
So, are you done?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. So, it's very easy, and it's a conversation I've had many times. Have you seen the American footballers? Have you seen the American footballers? Do you love ball? Do you love football? So, I don't watch football because I love ball. I want you to see the fine men. When they are done, they bring them out in suits. Have you noticed that when they're introducing them, when they have something to say, when they're putting them on debate, they're in suits? Have you noticed? Don't you trip for them? You don't even know if they can speak English. Just seeing them and they suit. Don't they look good? Good. Have you ever seen Obama wear joggers to a press briefing? You see, I create balance. There's time for everything. You can't expect me to wear cover shoe and this dress in the kitchen, cooking stew for who? Even if it doesn't make me wife material, it's up to them. This is my dress, like this. Or I'll be doing firewood. You see me, you meet Miss Blessing, and she's dressed and makeup. I'm trying to cook. Where's the Ifya? Bring the Ifya. Brother. Nothing is dripping. There is nonsense. There is a time for everything. And don't mind the culture that says, when they say you're dressed as you dress, you are dressed as you dress. It has more to do with the technicalities of everything a person sees more than just what they see you wear. So, you have a press briefing and you dress the way you dress. Or why don't you wear what you wear on Friday? Okay, so if you had a press briefing on Friday, let me ask you, would you wear your shorts to the press briefing? No, let him answer. Would you wear your shorts to the press briefing? You said? You remove the shorts. You will improve the shorts. What do you mean by improving the shorts? No, I want to understand. He may be a fashion person. What do you mean by improving the shorts? Good. You wear better shorts. So you have different kinds of shorts. And then that means you know what is good to do. So it is your choice to do good at all times. So is dressing. If anyhow you want to be addressed, see, it's a free world. That's why I like the way God made the world. You want to wear, what do they call these trousers that they tear? I've not yet understood the theory of rag. If you want to wear rag shorts, that on a day that is not a rag day, to a press briefing, it's up to you. You teach me how to address you. I come in there and I say, have you cleaned the floor? Guy, you, come. Have you finished cleaning? And you're like, why did she insult me? I thought you were cleaning the floor. You didn't look like the person that was going to address me. So it's up to you, honestly. You dress, people use that to educate you. But you now define, as a God that you are, how do I want to be addressed? And dress like the God that you want to be addressed. How many of you like Meghan Markle, the wife of Prince Harry? How many of you like her? How many of you have seen her breast on top of her top? Please, the next question.
Thank you very much, Ma. I'm afraid that's all we'll have because there was no other hand. Thank you. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you. If you can, you may make that hand clap more generous. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Please keep clapping. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ma, for being with us this afternoon. Thank you very much. Whoa. Just keep clapping. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's the best we can do. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Okay. Man, we haven't had it more real than it got the past few minutes. And then while that was just about getting started, one of the heavyweights in leadership walked in, and I would call it, in a manner of speaking, a triumphant entry, not into Jerusalem this time, but into this hall. Eyu Enyekan Usoro. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you so much. Thank you. We'll say more about him when the time comes. We'll just leave it at that for now. Good to have you, sir. We'll just, at this point, friends, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take the panel this session. Just so we, I think we'll just have to add more seats, maybe 2 more, okay, and then we'll just have to start calling these people up here. And then we have, okay, just so we go on, listen to this quote by Professor Patrick Lodge Otieno Lumumba. He was the director of legal services of the Tanzania Law School, and he said something very amazing about the continent of Africa that will make meaning to us at this event. He said, and I quote, "We are the third world, not because the sun rises in the west and sets in the east, but because we have engaged the reverse gear and we are moving with jet-like speed in the wrong direction. We must change this by rolling up our sleeves and working for the growth of our country and continent." There's a sense in which we must now realize at this event, ladies and gentlemen, just before we have the panel session, that Africa and Nigeria can and should and will be more and in our time. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together as I invite these people up here for the panel session. We have, I think I'll just take it in no particular order. I'll start from the tallest anyways. Collins Oscar. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much. I don't know, the right-wing Democrats are not clapping enough. Can you please put your hands together for, thank you so much. I'll also invite to this, not very exalted, but of course, you can see this point from, I thought it was the stage. That's okay. Blessing Akpan, who is the founder of TIC Network. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you very much. Clad in the Nigerian colors of green and white. Thank you so much. Blessing for being at this event. Collins Oscar is the CEO of Made in Akwa Ibom Corporation. Please put your hands again together for him. Thank you very much. And then the CEO of Il Space, David Orok. Please put your hands together as he comes forward. And then, ladies and gentlemen, to take on this very wonderful eggheads that are seated here, very intellectually savvy, of course, to speak to us. We'll have the anchor person for this segment, Miss Mfonobong Ayo. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good afternoon, guys. I hope you've been having a swell time. If you're having a swell time, I want you to turn to your right, to somebody, smile at the person, and tell the person, be more. What's the person's response? All right, first of all, I'm very happy to be here with all of you. I'm very happy that we had to converge here today. And this has been a wonderful experience from the beginning. And we want to continue this cruise. Okay? We have very wonderful speakers here with us, very wonderful and amazing leaders, and we want to learn from them. The theme for today's conference, LPC 2021, is Be More. And we deemed it fit to invite leaders who have made a difference, who have made an impact in society, to come speak to us, to come motivate us to be more. So enjoy yourselves, fasten your seatbelt as we go through this wonderful and nice experience. Hallelujah. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm being in church. Okay, so back to my panelists. Mr. Collins Oscar, I'm so happy to see you, Mr. David O'Rourke, and Miss Blessing. All right, so first of all, we'd like to know you. We like to get to meet you, so you tell us something you want us to know about you. When we think about your name, what do you want us to have in our minds? So,
should we observe ladies first?
Exactly. I want to say that. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Blessing Akpan. I am an educator, technology coach, and founder of the Innovative Child Network. And what we do there is raise innovative kids through skill-based learning, giving priority to mentorship and training. I'm also the Chief Learning Officer at Feedful Flow. And what we do there is co-creating meaning with children's nutrition. Thank you.
Clap. Listen to this program. All right, Mr. David.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is David O'Rourke, and I'm co-founder and CEO of ILSpace. ILSpace is a marketplace for top very technical talents in Nigeria, Africa. What we do basically is that we search, discover technical talents that are found in Nigeria, and then we connect them to businesses that are in need of their services. By virtue of university education, I'm a chemical engineer, but I'm not practicing. Thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Collins.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Collins Oscar. I run a company called Made in Akwa Ibom Corporation. Made in Akwa Ibom Corporation, it's a one-stop supermarket where we have both consumables and non-consumable products, craft, and other things. In fact, it's a group of companies. We have like restaurants, car wash, a whole lot of things, and we also have a factory too where we produce most of these things. The intention is to send Akwa Ibom products global, so that when next you find yourself in Europe, America, India, Ghana, wherever, you can boldly walk into the next supermarket and ask for our own Bangkoko, for our own raffia product, for our own product produced by Yoko, Asuko, and the rest, and you will find it there, and it will not be a surprise. The same way you find their own product here, Coca-Cola, that's the intention.
Please celebrate these people. Amazing, amazing people. All right, so recently, I think a few weeks ago, we talked among Mr. Collins actually through this challenge. I think this is the right time. For those of you that couldn't snap him when he was just driving past to you, you can do that today. Okay, thank you very much. All right, so in very few minutes, we will be rounding up this session, so try to be as brief as possible. All right, so when we talk about being more, what comes to you? What we want to see it from your eye, we want to see it from your perspective. When we say be more, in 2 minutes, can you just tell us what comes to your mind, Mr. Collins Oscar?
Being more is being yourself. Okay, being yourself. Discovering your, I think I read it somewhere or learned just recently that we have the capacity. In fact, if you want to realize that is to, if God should tell you who you were created to be and what that is, how much you have discovered about yourself, the capacity you are making use from, that is 100% that God has given to you. It might not even be up to 5%. And if you have to utilize that capacity up to 100%, that some of us here, in fact, we might even have the ability to disappear if you want to. As if you want to vanish from here, and we have that capacity. So being more is knowing, making, how should I put it? Making good use, full use of who you are, not copying another person.
Wow, thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for that. Mr. David, let's hear from you.
Okay, so there is this very short phrase I like saying. It's actually sharks are born swimming. And it simply means that those that are, anybody that is actually very hungry, anybody that is actually very hungry will come out with predatory instinct to achieve all they desire. So when I hear the word be more, it's more like telling me be hungry. And it happens to be something that really drives me, because if you're very hungry to, see a better version of yourself, being able to be much more better than you were yesterday, you're going to find all the different ways to do it. That's what it is. Yeah.
Wow. Be hungry. Be hungry. All right, Mrs. Blessing.
I see being more as discovering your purpose and working each day to bring it to life, to live it. Every day we are faced with challenges that make us want to back out, challenges that make us just want to just give up. But being more is, first of all, having that intrinsic motivation to keep pushing when things are just going south. And then being authentic, not being a replica, not trying to copy, but trying to be yourself while you're trying to fulfill purpose. That is being more to me.
Thank you very much, Ms. Blessing. One of the things that they have said that is aligned is that being more is being yourself. Being more is being yourself. She's mentioned purpose discovery. If you don't know who you are, you cannot be more of you. So you have to, first of all, know you, and then you could be more of you. Thank you very much. All right, so secondly, we'll be starting from you, Mr. David, this time around. What are the value systems that have kept you focused and intentional in what you do? We know that there are value systems, there are things you look up, maybe there is a phrase, a word, something. So what are these things, these principles that have helped you, that have made you intentional and focused, so that irrespective of whatever has happened or had happened, you just keep pushing? What are these value systems?
Okay, so I think there are basically three. There are actually four. I've said one already. Sharks are born swimming, and I explained it. Okay, so the very first three value systems that I have is basically being brave. I happen to be someone who believes that if I need to do something, I just need to do it. So I basically take flying leaps into the unknown. Like, I jump into it without having to spend so much time trying to calculate. And then the second one basically is being generous. I believe that if you want to succeed in life, you need to be generous to people, generous to every living thing. It doesn't mean you have to give just money. You can give people ideas. You can look at your friend's business and then you're like, okay, this particular thing can be done like this. I need to be much more better. So you provide the person with strategy. That's like being generous. And then just like what I said the other time, sharks are born swimming. Anybody that is actually very hungry will come out with predatory instinct to achieve all their desires. That's it.
Thank you very much. So be brave, be generous, and Sharks are born swimming. Please put your hands together for him. Mr. Collins Oscar, your value systems.
Okay. I was just there thinking which one. There are a lot of them, but let me borrow from Madam Manti. She said something about we being gods, and even the Bible affirmed that ye are gods. So one of my value system is being God. Yes, me being God. Yes, it sounds scary, right? You are like, what is this shame? No. There are some people I look at, and the way these people think, some of them are not even Christians. Yes, they're not even born again. They are not. And you see what these people are giving birth to. And you just wonder, where are they getting all of this inspiration or this energy and all from? Do you know a man called Sheikh Mohammed? You know that man? That man is not a Christian. He doesn't pray to the God you and I pray to. But I believe all of those inspiration and those ideas come from the same God we worship. And that is, if me and you want to build either a hotel like this and the rest, you will look for the next bush or the next around so that you can erect a structure there, isn't it? Is that how that man thinks? He creates his own land. Is it not? Is that not how God thinks? He wants to build Burj Al Arab, you know, the most expensive hotel in the world. There was no land to, and he went to ocean and created. That is how God. Those things just blow me out of. That is how God wants us to think, to behave, and created something that. And he said he wants to be making things that has never been in existence, and after creating it, no other person can do the same thing. Are you guys? You see that kind of boldness? And who are you? Who are you? So I want to. I mean, those are the kind of things that also drive me. Do you know another man called Steve Jobs? Comes up with kind of product that everybody wants to identify with. Kind of product that be you who, if you carry it, you want people to know that you are carrying it. Yes, that is being global. Okay, that is another value system. When I hear that word global, it just, so whatever I try to do, I'll carry it and say, can this thing stand side by side with the other person's, with Steve Jobs' product? It doesn't matter if I'm from Akwa Ibom or the rest, but can this Zobo stand side by side with Coca-Cola and the rest? I'm not producing for local people, not producing for just Akwa Ibom people. Can it cross border? Can it go global? Wow. These are, if I want to do, there are so many values like that, but when you equip yourself with all of these things, it just makes you stand out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Collins. Thank you very much. Donald Trump once said, if ever you are thinking, think big. So think global. It's not just for, somebody said, well, Kwaibo might have this small mindset. You know, think global. Thank you very much. Ms. Lessing.
I have a couple of values that have guided me over the years, and there are lots of them. But I'll just talk about three, which is consistency, focus, and delayed gratification. So the first one, which is consistency, is I tell myself that I am not the person I was yesterday, 3 years ago, because of the steps I've taken every day. So there is no way you take a step every day that you won't get to your destination. It has never happened. So whenever I feel discouraged, I just tell myself, I may be jumping, you know, I may be crawling, I may be walking, I may be running, but no matter how it is, I'll just keep at it, keep being consistent. So another one is focus. You know, over the years I've tried to adapt to different learning models, adapt to different career paths, try a lot of things. But what has really, really helped me is being focused on a particular thing. That's when you hear my name, you hear education, you hear technology. So that's what focus can do for you. It helps create that authenticity. It helps people to really, really understand what you are into. And then number 3 is delayed gratification. Very, very important. Young people these days, they tend to, there's a lot of misplaced priority in young people's life these days. So that has really helped me, guided me in achieving what I've achieved today. You know, there are things I know, okay, not that I don't want this thing, I want it, but it's not really important at that time. So you just have to just shift it aside and go for what is important in your life.
Thank you very much. Please, can you clap for that? When you hear Miss Blessing Akpan, what comes to your mind is education and technology. And the question is today, when we hear your name, what would come to our minds? That's rhetorical, by the way. All right, so we'd go to the next question. What motivates and drives you to do what you do for humanity? Simply put, what made you refuse to settle for the normal? What made you refuse to just be a normal human being? What shifted your mindset? What made you want to explode? What made you want the world to see you? Let's start from Mr. Collins.
Okay, in the world generally, Africa already has been secluded. They look down on us and all of that. And even inside that same Africa, Nigeria also is a problem. And inside that same Nigeria, you as Akwa Ibomite, just travel from Akwa Ibom to Lagos or even another city place, any other state there, you are not even you are not regarded. It's disturbing. It's something that should bother us. Like from the world to Africa to Nigeria to so I see those things, and those things make me uncomfortable, and I try to change the narrative and make it different, and by constantly, intentionally adding value to whatever we are giving back to as a way of product. Of course, you know what I mean. While they are doing education, is doing the internet aspect. Mine is product, and that is where I have my own. That's energy and succor from. So whatever product it could be, water like this, and keep adding value to it, so that when whoever you are, you see it, you'll be proud of it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Collins. Thank you very much. All right, so we'll have Mr. David.
Okay, so actually this question reminds me of something that happened some time ago. I think that was last year. I met with a group of investors at Engine Hotel, and then I went actually with my team. So these guys asked me, David, we love your ideas, we love what you're building, but what really motivates you? What really inspires you? I just paused for a very short time and I told all of them, hunger. That's what I told them, hunger. Because the number one thing that wakes me up from bed is the fact that I have to find a way to, get my breakfast. But if you look at it very well, it spreads from just being hungry for food to being hungry for fulfillment, all right? So one of the things that really motivates me and drives me is the fact that I'm hungry for food. I'm hungry for fulfillment. I'm hungry to see how to make the life of the next man way better. That's what motivates me. Thank you.
Wow. All right, let's get to have you, Miss Blessing.
Okay, when it has to do with what motivates me, I would say my past and my future. So why I say my past, especially when it has to do with my career path, is that I actually decided to go into education because of a little of background story. And that was when I was in my my primary school. I actually attended a private school. Throughout my stay in school, I didn't have textbook. I didn't have any textbook. And sometimes when I in my notebooks, when you have to write 3 subjects in one exercise book, then you have to combine. It was just a lot. Even at that, I was just one of the brightest students. And at the end of the term, I always take like first, second, or third. And I also had this difficulties in learning. I stammered a lot back then, and I didn't really have a teacher that really had interest in me, really sit down to concentrate, listen to me. I saw all of those things happening, and I told myself, what if there could be a difference? So that was what actually motivated me in education, and then also to found the Innovative Child Network, which gives children the opportunity to go to school, provide educational materials for them, settle their educational needs, children in the rural community, and also engage them in meaningful and skill-based learning. So whenever I look at children now who are having these difficulties, I'm motivated to go back and help my younger self. So that's why I'm talking about my past. I see every child now. I see myself in that child. So I'm like, I was very helpless then, so I need to go back and help my younger self.
Thank you.
So, and then in the future, I look at where I want to be in the next. I look at what I want to do. I look at the fact that I'm a very ambitious person. So if I want to do something, I make sure that I do it. So I take calculative steps, whatever I want to do to make sure that I get there. So my past, what I went through, and then where I aim to see myself motivates me every day. Keep working, especially in education.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I hope you're enjoying yourself. All right, we're about to wrap this up, and we hear people post a lot of motivational things online and social media and all of that. And then some people are like, leave all these motivational speakers, scam. Somebody said, I started my eatery with 1 grain of rice. Abba. One of those days I saw a video where Donald Trump was saying, my father borrowed a little money of $1,000. Is it $1,000 or $1 million? I was like, eh? You call this a little sum? All right, so we want to while we are about to wrap up, and we want you to leave something in the hearts of the people listening to you. But we want you to share a personal experience where you failed and you picked yourself up. We want these people to connect because sometimes we see a lot of people up there and they're like, they don't believe that some of you people had struggles. They feel you had everything. So we want to connect on a personal base to tell these people, I lost it here, but I was able to carry myself up. I think that's going to connect with and resonate with them more because some of these things are things that they're facing right now. So just in 2 minutes, can you just share something and then leave something for them? You're just rounding this up. This should be your last words. Mr. Collins, please.
Okay. Lost it many, many times. Okay, let me just go through maybe how I started. 2 minutes. So many things, if you know. I've ventured into so many businesses. One of the first businesses I started was electronics, because that is what my father used in school. So I was not just comfortable getting money from my dad and the rest. So I also thought of starting my own electronic business. So I reached out to one of those people who was sending him electronics. I did not have Kobo, but I remember what I told the guy. I said, I will be honest with you. And that is one of the value systems that is still keeping me in my business up till now. If you know, I have 92 investors. They have given me over 50 million naira because of that same word, honesty. I told him I would be, he said, how much do you have in your account? I said, honesty. And he sent it to me, 63,000 naira worth of product about 18 years ago without anything. I was honest with him. I ran that business. I was in my, I think, 21 or 22 years old. Ran it without disappointing that person throughout. So I also remember how I started my book business, still with a loan. For some of you who talking about motivational speaker who said I started with nothing, I don't know if I started with something because loan is almost like starting with nothing. So I started with loan of 50,000 naira, published a book that has given me my first 1 million naira and my first car, if you know my first car that time. I also now started Made in Akwa Ibom, also still with loan of 1.3 million naira. That is the Made in Akwa Ibom, you know, at Oron Road, and ran it to what it is today, or what people say it to be today. Still with that same thing, was honest also enough to pay it back. I've experienced a lot of downfall. I've experienced things like almost to give up almost on a daily basis. Even right now, as I'm speaking to you, as I yesterday, I was threatened by government and the rest. It's kept this Made in Akwa Ibom we all know by Monday out of existence. I mean, I sleep at night. You see me, I appear like, wow, Oscar. I wake up feeling trembling. I wake up feeling scared. Like, so this thing you've been running for the past, as in like last night. So it's almost every day, but you need to keep hitting your chest and say, I will face it. I will face it. So there is no, I only doubt there will be a time that you will escape those challenges. Always come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I think I'm going to borrow some words from Jack Ma. Jack Ma said, between the age of 20 to 30, make enough mistakes. That's what he said. Between the age of 20 to 30, make so many mistakes. Just try and make sure that the mistakes are not going to put you, in the grave. But just make as many mistakes as possible. Last year, out of a fizzy, I thought I needed money for my business. I thought I needed money to scale Space. So I accepted to receive some funds from an investor in Singapore to give him some equity in the business. I thought it was a good thing to do. I thought the money was going to help me scale. But meanwhile, it was going to choke me later on. He invested in the co-working space before the marketplace began. And at some point when he saw the marketplace, he was like, okay, this is part of my investment, right? I told him, no, it's not. You invested in the co-working space. He was like, no, it can't be. I prefer this one. He actually brought in a lawyer. These are the stuff that I've actually not shared on social media, but I almost went to jail last year towards December. If not that, somehow God figured out ways to help me out. I made a terrible mistake by thinking that my business needed money, as at that time actually it did not. That mistake is something I can't repeat this year or any other year. And so I go back to what I said earlier. While you're, let's say, 20 to 30, make a lot of mistakes, they are going to be like your building blocks to help you succeed in your earlier years of endeavors. Thank you.
Very much. That was deep, right?
Okay, so I might not be able to share so much of pain points along my career path, maybe because I'm just in my early years. I know that I have experienced some challenges. I know, but I think there are more to come. Yeah, definitely. There are more to come. But while starting out, I think I experienced a couple of them. And number one was knowing the path itself to take. So that was a very difficult decision to choose from. And I saw myself running from pillar to post. I was confused. And that brought about imposter syndrome, low self-esteem, depression, everything, because what made it more difficult was I was in the midst of friends who knew what they were doing, who knew what they were, the path they were headed. So you were like the only person who did not know her left from her right. So at a point, I decided to seclude myself. I just left the company of friends. I just wanted a time for myself to think, to ask myself, where exactly do I fit in? It was in that period of being alone, of being out from that public eyes and all of that, I was able to get myself together, to kind of find my feet, to find my path. And also, it did not happen without being humble enough to learn from other people, and being patient with yourself is very important, and being kind to yourself. So sometimes you just don't have to just beat yourself so much because you are not finding your path, or you are not doing like any other person. You know, you don't have to just be, it's good to be dissatisfied, but please do not get to a point that you look totally down on yourself, because all of us, I would say all of us at the point we're just of the path we should take. So like Engineer Uba had said, you just have to look for a mentor, you just have to believe in yourself.
Yeah.
So you have to, it's your decision now, it's left for you to be kind to yourself and give yourself time. Keep learning, you will find your path. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just for them. I hope today. All right, so with this few being fired up to be more. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for being here with us. We're happy to have you.
Thank you very All right, thank you very much. Please put your hands together for them again. Thank you so much. While I request that the lectern please return. Thank you. All right, so we have a lot of intellectual heavyweights at this event this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Like John the Baptizer had said, that the pedigree of the Christ was such that he could not bring forward. But then, by virtue of this event, I have the honor and grand privilege to recognize the presence of erudite Professor Effiong Johnson. It's good to have you. It's good to have you, sir. And by the way, if there is still remaining in you that has to do with complacency and has to do with mediocre and has to do with average, it's about time it checked out before the prof takes on the mic. Because the arena will become so volcanic and acidic in a couple of split minutes. That's okay. That's okay. Please put your hands together to give us a goodwill at this event. Enyekan Usoro. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's really great to be here. Really, really great to be here. I came into the state yesterday, and I'll be very candid. I really wanted to listen to a couple of people. I have listened to the Prof speak, and by the way, could you please just celebrate Prof Johnson one more time? So I've listened to Prof speak a number of times, and so I know just what he will do today. But that's not why I came. I've listened to Manti speak a number of times. I've listened to Engineer Oba, awesome delivery. Amen, great friend of mine. Fantastic delivery, but that's not why I came. I came to listen to Colin Oscar. I came to listen to Blessing. I came to listen to a David. And not just the people that came and sat here. The David in you, the Blessing in you, the Collins in you. And you know what that does for me? It gives me a certain assurance that, should be said, the future is safe. The future of my home state is, because as long as you stay on this path, as long as you open and lend your heart to the things that will grow you, as long as you stay on the pathway of champions that leads you to becoming more, the future is safe. So I want to give special accolades to the convener of this most phenomenal conference. 9 years. 9 years. 9. Because you're all acting like you don't get it. Because if it was just the first year, we will say, well, all things work together for good. If it was the second year, we'll say, well, they got to go. 3, 5, 6. That can't be a fluke. 7. What are you guys talking about? You have a fantastic thing going on right here in New York. And 9 years, that's something. But as I wrap up this, this goodwill message that I have for you, let me just things that I want, or a couple of things I want you to think about and to take away with you. Thank you. That sounds really better. Let's put our hands together for this whole team. They hold this event in their hands, all right? So let me just leave a couple of things I'd like you to think through. It will involve you taking the thoughts that you've heard and everything you've heard up till now, and the things that you're about to hear. Prof is coming up, guys. And taking it and placing it in these templates I'm about to share with you. We're going to do this in just a couple of minutes. Are you ready? I can't hear you. Are you ready? If you know, now Ibom Air started delaying flights. So you know how many hours I spent at the airport to come and see you? Are you ready? The ticket is no longer 30-something K. Ticket is now like how many thousand? Are you ready? So you understand the traffic I went through to get there, to be able to get on an aircraft, to be able to come here. Are you ready? No, I can't hear you. Are you ready? David, I don't think they hear me. I don't think they hear me. Are you ready? LPC 2021, 9 years of greatness and becoming more. Are you ready? So 3 things that I want you to think about. 3 things that I want to serve as anchorage to your thoughts, because you must always have something that anchors your thoughts. And with respect to the theme subject, the theme of today's discourse, 3 things. Number 1, I want you to take into cognizance The state of your existence. And I move quickly. Number 2, I want you to take into cognizance the season of success. And number 3, the phase of development. So I run it all over again. Number 1. Number 1 is what? Do you want to help me out? I can hear you now. That your state of existence. Number 2, your season of success. And number 3. So I'm going to do this in 2 minutes. Somebody time me. So the state of success that you have, your state of existence simply just speaks to you paying attention to the space you're being and the space that you occupy on earth. The fact that you exist is an indication of how well you can deliver on your assignment. The fact that you exist serves as a foundation to anything that you are going to be or you will get into a process of becoming, and at the end of the process of your becoming, you will have become more. And now the state of your existence is not just 3 words wrapped together. It's everything that you see, possibly in the mental and in your physical. So it speaks to your being, it speaks to your health, it speaks to your state of mind, it speaks to your cognitive, to what you realize around you, what you pay attention to. It speaks to the things that you're exposed to. It speaks to the culture that you have around you. It speaks to the push and the things that you give yourself to. It speaks to how well. So you have to be able to take, if you're able to pay attention to the state of your existence, I tell you that you're 30% on the way to becoming more. Because when you pay attention to your state of existence, you're paying attention to your health. You're paying attention to the state of your mind. And the state of the mind that you're paying attention to, the state of the mind that you're prepared to thrive. Can I go further? When you pay attention to your state of existence, you're paying attention to what is around you. In other words, you begin to lend your heart and your cognizance to the stakeholders that are in your life because they exist with you. And who are your stakeholders? Stakeholders are people that can affect you or that you affect. So when you think of everybody that can affect you and you think of everybody that you can affect, you begin to understand that there must be something you need to do to get optimal results from everything around about you. Because you see, the whole essence of becoming is not just that you have opportunities. Opportunities are around you, but it's really that you recognize the opportunities, you utilize the opportunities, and much more than that, you maximize the opportunities. So the way that you have been can no longer serve you. I don't have the time to explain that, but note it down. Manti said something, and I'll repeat it and I say my words as I begin to round up. Until you get tired of the average and the mediocre, you will have no appetite for excellence. Every time you celebrate and give audience and give accolades to the average in your life, you let go of your grip on excellence. And so I move to the second one rather quickly, which is your season of success. Now, that speaks to opportunities and windows that are open to you in the course of your life. You know about seasons. There are 4 seasons in the life of anybody, all right? So no time to go through all of that. But what I want you to know is that when windows open to you, you have a responsibility to be able to build systems and processes that ensure that you have sustained successes in life. Meaning that you don't just go through cycles and then come out of those cycles without any effect or impact. And how do you utilize those cycles? How do you sustain success in your life? By optimizing the opportunities in each season. And then we come to the third one, which is the final one I will leave with you today. It's the phase of development. You have to be able to use everything to your advantage. You have to be able to latch on to technology. You have to be able to latch into have a mindset of innovation. You have to understand the power that you have to create. Somebody talked about that, creativity. It's innate in you. You have to be able to release your innate talents and giftings so that you can do the things that you're called to do, because life doesn't deal with you at the level of your knowledge. Life deals with you at the level of your potential. And your responsibility is to scale up from the level of your knowledge to the place of your potential. This is why I came all the way just to tell somebody this Saturday afternoon that truly this conference should serve as the point of transformation, as the point of catalyst to you becoming more. Are you ready? I'm done.
Thank you very much. Okay. All right. So, you see, he has this signature way of delivering speeches. He just said to me, "Are you ready?" I'm done, and that was it. Please put your hands together for him again. Okay. So, just so we, before we bring up the professor, of course, I have been briefed that his CV will take more time to read than his lecture. Please put your hands together for the professor. Thank you very much. And that's okay. That's okay. And then, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll call on a young lady to do spoken word poetry for us at this event. Just before that, while she comes up, she can just begin to come forward. Anita, please put your hands together for Anita. Thank you very much. She's coming up. I recognize the presence of the Street Mentors Network that have come for this event. You're welcome. I recognize all students, pharmacists from the University of Uyo who are here at this event. You're welcome. Thank you very much. Anita, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. I really want to apologize. I am the director of Street Mentors Network, and our outreach is on Saturday, so I had to attend to that before coming over here. I really apologize. Thank you so much, Captain, for having me. Thank you, Auntie Joy. Thank you to the conveners of LPC Conference 2021. It's been amazing 9 years. I was going through my stuff, and Captain, I found this. I don't know if you're seeing this. This is the access code admit for 2019. And I was like, wow, we've definitely come a long way. I want to say hallelujah. Amen. Okay, so briefly, I'll be giving us a spoken word that's like a challenge. I'm daring you to be more. That's the title of my piece. Be more. From the pages of history, from the caves of humanity, and the corridors of greatness, I bring you news. From the birth of time, they have risen giants. From that day of old, babies unfolded from women's womb, thrown into the furnace of life, locked in, and forced to forge. Those women and men who have stained the shits of success with their stories and burned their boats at the bridge called Little. These ones who looked life in the eye and dared to ask for more. These ones who wore life like a mantle and swore an oath to never settle. These ones who looked failure in the eye and asked him, "Is that all you have got?" These ones who swore never to settle. I bring you news of men and women who, armed with nothing but basic wit and the very underused common sense, alongside an elastic capacity to rebound, emerged contests, conquerors, uncontested champions. And I do not speak of extraordinary people. I do not speak of superhumans. I speak of ordinary people like you and me that were born like babes and cradled by the thorny arms of life. I speak of Helen Keller, blind, deaf, dumb, yet projecting songs to deaf ears, projecting sight to visionless hearts, and unlocking the tongues of dumb souls. I speak of men like Winston Churchill, refusing to talk or think downhill in spite of the nation's darkest hour, daring to call out the dreaded Nazi and adulterated Hitler to the marketplace of life, dragging them down there and plunging the knife of victory deep into the throat of genocide and evil, ending the reign of terror. I speak of people, women like Malala, Rose, who grew in the rock of the Pakistan, defying the bullets of the Taliban, bombing the camps of illiteracy and oppression with education for the girl child. I speak of Florence, singing songs of healing and compassion at night in gowns, walking among the wounded soldiers with lamp in hand, laying down her life to give the wounded dying a chance to live again. I speak of Harriet Tubman, a common slave with no military training, or academic education. Armed with nothing but revelations, visions of Moses leading her people out from the Egypt of slavery into the promised land of freedom. I speak of everyday people like you and me. They were scared, afraid, terrified, discouraged, yes, but they still asked for more. You wake up in the morning and demand more for yourself because you were born to be more. So why settle for less when you can? Why sit on the fence? Why sit on the fence when the entire property belongs to you? Why beg for crumbs when the bakery is yours? Why settle for less when you can be more? Why attend LPC Conference year in and year out, year in and year out, and go back and settle like dust on your shelf? Why listen to this poem and clap and forget? This is not really a poem. This is a challenge. So I dare you, like truth and dare, be more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anita. Just before we have the TV that's already with the ICT, I'll just reiterate the positional series for the Prof walked in. Love that you can. I understand Captain has the resources to replace it. If you can, bring down the roof when you are clapping and making and showing that excitement as we'll be bringing up the professor. Just before we have that on the screen, I have had some very beautiful interfaces with the professor. I'd just love to very quickly say these two things about the man that is about to be introduced. Professor F. Young Johnson. By the way, the man I'm about to introduce, ladies and gentlemen, is a man of no mean standing or repute. Holder of the title, of course, the highest academic title anywhere in the world. One well vested in the solemn rituals of the rope and cap, and who has a twin intercourse and relationship with two kinds of gowns, the academic gown and the gown of priesthood. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a literary pontiff he is, this time not of Roman descent. An astute intelligentsia, ladies and gentlemen. A world-class literati, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. A pedagogical heavyweight. And just at this point, I love that we have the tumultuous volcanic hand clap from the people. Go ahead, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And you know, Prof, there's a story you gave at the last LPC conference I attended, and you talked about a phenomenon in your house where everybody has a pot of soup in your freezer with their name on it. And I was wondering if I could be an adopted son of the professor. Let's have the CV from the ICT. Thank you very much.
Named Effiong. Named Effiong because of being born on Effiong Eto, Big Market Day. The name connotes a psycho-prophetic personification of a world of renowned and wildest varieties such as found in the big market. Also double named Ekbe, meaning lion, for apparent bravery, boldness, and stout-heartedness in deterministic pursuits. The man by these names has even exceedingly proved fulfillments of his names. Multi-talented in sports and games such as football, volleyball, badminton, lawn tennis, table tennis, short races, high jump, long jump, and pole vault. Effiong won many trophies in these sports and games in her secondary school days. Stunning enough, Ekbe equally led the pack in academics, topping his class up to becoming the valedictorian in his class of 1977 Methodist Secondary School Ibiakushet Uyo, carting away 6 prizes in his 8-subject list. He studied theater and communication in the University of Calabar in the interest areas of radio and television broadcasting. He was one of the top 3 in his esteemed 1983 class, the rare class to produce the NANS president and the Students' Union president respectively. This hyper-political class, where Effiong served as a Secretary General, was to dispute with the departmental board over students' rights. Twice, the board faced the students' representatives in a Senate committee, and twice, the students led by Effiong and Aju as secretary and president respectively won the departmental board. Effiong and his 2 best classmates were to be jinxed from having first class because of their overzealous political notoriety. Yet Effiong still graduated with second class honor as the best Cross River State student in theater and communication 1983, winning the state prize. Effiong proceeded to the Premier University of Ibadan to bag both Masters and PhD with distinction in 1986 and 1995 respectively. Between 1995 and 1998, he served as consultant to United States Agency for International Development (USAID) in platforms such as human rights, women empowerment, child rights, democratic governance, and press kit development. By 1998, Dr. Johnson won the nomination by USAID as an international visitor to the United States of America. He enjoyed international workshop and training sessions on civil rights and activism in Washington, D.C., tribal jurisdiction and conflict resolution in Albuquerque, New Mexico, community priority and environment problems in Boulder, Colorado, civil education, promotion, communication, change, and civil journalism and citizen activism in Atlanta, Georgia. Professor Johnson is widely traveled to London, UK, Frankfurt, Germany, Zurich, Switzerland, Johannesburg, Pretoria, Soweto, all in South Africa, Accra, Kumasi, Cape Coast, all in Ghana, Lome, Togo, Benin Republic, to list a few. Professor Johnson mainly made his career in a most distinguished and brilliant pedigree as an academic. He started lecturing in the University of Uyo with a first degree in 1984. He grew through the ranks and climaxed as a professor of directing and aesthetics in 2005. He thus became the first professor of theater, film, and communication studies from Cross River and Akwa Ibom states. The first professor that the esteemed Department of Theater and Media Studies, University of Calabar, has produced in the world. The first professor of theater, film, and communication studies appointed by the University of Uyo. A most prolific scholar and indefatigably creative, critical, and theatrical artist of international repute, with over 100 publications comprising books, journal articles, book chapters, production memoirs, and creative works. Professor Johnson is a most sought-out public speaker on public matters. Of course, he has been the University of Uyo public orator since 2003 till date. Johnson has an intimidating public speaking and oratorial records. Ladies and gentlemen, this is presenting to speak at LPC Conference 2021, a classy scholar, a most communication maestro of finance and aesthetics, a distinguished husband of an associate professor of community health, a fulfilled father of 4 adult children with 2 married, a man with over 50 awards yet, a Bible-believing Christian of the pastoral team of Full Life Christian Center Uyo, a mentor, an inspirer, a motivator, a friend, a stylist, but humble and simple. Professor Effiong Johnson.
I'd like to thank God for today. I'd like to thank you for inviting me. I'd like to thank you for the hot chocolate. That's only 3 pages of my 27-page CV. Single line. And I came to tell you, you can do more than that. You can become faster, bigger, much more than myself. I like talking to young people. And perhaps, out of modesty, if there is anybody who has talked more than myself to young people in this state, I should come across as one of the best 10. Because I believe that if you can get it early, you'll find it much easier in life. So despite my programs, I always squeeze out time to honor invitations to talk with young people. I will, hopefully will, tell you about my life at the end so that you can draw inspiration from it. Because most of you sitting here definitely came from a better background than my own. So I will talk about my background at the end. I have a short time, so the microphone is not stable. I'm going to be snappy. I have a feeling that I missed quite a lot not coming to sit down and listen to what was going on. But I like you because you keep the time. I was asked to come and talk between 2 and 2:45. So I drove in here at 3 minutes to 2. I keep the time. I don't like those who don't keep the time. One of these days, I shall be privileged to talk to young people about the psychology of time. The summary of that is, you respect time, time will respect your life. That's just a summary. You joke with time, time will joke with you. It's called the psychology of time. I am to talk on the topic, be more, scaling above average. So let me start from average before we talk of more and how to scale above it. As I sat here, the short time I've been here, I've heard it mentioned about thrice, the word mediocrity. I don't know how many of you knew before today that mediocrity is a synonym for average. Another word that means the same as average. You know, whereas it is
much more accommodating. And some people are even proud of it, to say, I am an average person. Say, I am a mediocre. But it means the same thing. An average person is a mediocre. Average also means usual, ordinary, predictable. Then the Oxford Dictionary puts it on and says, nothing very special. So when you are average, you are nobody very special. You are just a bloody nobody. You are predictable. You are just like the rest of them. I am persuaded that if we let it dawn on us that average meant mediocre, many people will run away from it. Because when you say comes, euphemism is when you use a pleasant term to describe a bad thing. So I am average. A stupid mediocre says he's an average. Down to much. I'm trying to make you hate average. It's a third meeting or conference or something, seminar, I'll be talking about average. I first spoke about average in a Scripture Union conference 2 years ago on the topic, why I hate average. I've been average in my life. Average knows it and I know it. I spoke at a conference why you should not tolerate average. And today, be more. Let me illustrate average in 3 things and then move on to some other thing. When you say academically you are average, this is the implication. From the university, of course, where I am, the best grade you can get is A, 5 points. Followed by B, 4 points. E, 3 points. Followed by D, 2 points. Followed by E, 1 point. 5 plus 4 is what? 9 plus 3? 12 plus 2? 14 plus 1? Divided by 5? You have 3. You like that? Only 3. You could have had 5. So the average student graduates with a second class lower, which is average. And you know, second class lower is also in between, like 3 out of 5. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's in the middle. Another synonym for average is middle. Another word that means the same thing as average is middling. Another word that means average is indifferent. These are the synonyms for the word average. Indifferent, neither here nor there. You can't be said poor, you can't be said to be rich, can't be said to be bright, can't be said to be stupid. Can delve into any way, anyone at any time, depending on the persuasion. So, that's average. In the university, it's a gentleman's grade, 2.2. You are average. And 2.2 is from 2.45 to 3.49. That's 2.2, average.
3.50 to 4.9 is second class upper. The average person doesn't get near there. First class is from 4.50. That's in the academic, the university. My father used to flock us to say, the person that had 90, did he have two heads? I came from a background that flogging was an institution. And many of us became what we became when we remembered that cane. In fact, my father was a lefty wrestling champion. And he flogged with only broom. We call it sweeping. The man will lift you up with his left hand, with the leg, and your head is upside down. He is looking for his broom. You are dangling there. He will see a broom that is not very good. He will not take that one till he sees a good one. And he grabs it and then switches you to his right hand and holds the broom on his left and whips you from the head to your legs and drops you on the floor and walk away. My mother would say, you better behave. Otherwise, your will sweep you. It helped us a whole lot. So the man swept us away from average. He swept us into of tolerance. Was the group above average. All of us. So that's average academically. The best you can have is a second class lower. Gentlemen, good. But you could have had the best. In morality, where does average stand? Morality is the value of good and bad. In morality, sir, do you know you cannot afford to be half moral? You can't afford to be average moral. For example, you don't steal, you don't commit adultery, but you are lazy. You are not acceptable. So you just have to be moral all through to be moral. There's nothing like average morality. Because where perhaps you could be accepted for stealing, which I doubt, if you are not committing adultery, but you are stealing, you can still die for it. Are we making sense here? In spirituality, it's far worse. Let me spirituality to Christianity. There's no room for average. Revelation 3 verse 15. God says it should either be hot or cold. He says, since you are neither hot nor cold and you are lukewarm, he will spew you out of his mouth. That's a metaphor. To spew something out of your mouth is to spit out. The implications are devastating. It means he will throw you out of his kingdom. It means he will cancel your name from the book of his law. To spew out. Because you are average. God will throw you out. Hey, all of you desiring to go to heaven, hear me. No average standard will take you there. Better know it. You know, sir, in James chapter 2, and verse 10, James, meanwhile, was the biological brother of Jesus. Jude was another biological brother of Jesus. The two of them contributed to the Bible. And their testimonies are very valid. They are
referred to as, in canon, the testimonies of the closest witness. And James says, if you don't commit adultery but steal, the stealing you've committed has cancelled the adultery you did not commit. It says if you obey the whole commandment and offend in one point, you are guilty of all. That's how serious it is. So there's no room for average spirituality. So you need to know that to start to hate average. Average is not acceptable in many realms. There are some places you go to, an average, you just know you're average, you take your things and go away because there's no room for you. I remember when we were consultants for US, they give you something, like in my own case, I used to quarrel with one of my professors in Ibadan who used to limit us to 3 pages maximum in every assignment. Master's degree. Remember the first time whatever you had to write had to be written in 3 pages, and we quarreled. He came to class and reduced it to 2. Okay, since you quarreled for writing 3, it's now 2. 2 pages. Write everything you needed to write in 2 pages. It wasn't easy. I used to quarrel. I didn't know that God was using that man to prepare me for my job as a consultant. Every day, my boss, who never laughed, would just come with any book, drop it on your desk. What's your name, sir? Aniaken. Can I have an executive summary of this at the close of work? That's all. An executive summary is 1 page anywhere in the world. That you use the content of that book to 1 page of essence. That 1 page has to be the meat of the book. That is what USID is taking action based on. Daily. Tomorrow is another book. You have to devise ways and means of getting a book to know where to go to get the core content of this book. You must develop strategy of finding out why this book was written and for what purpose, unmistakably. Because if you wrote that 1 page and it wasn't the meat, and they applied it and discovered it was bone, you are going to pay for it. I began to thank God for my professor in the university. Thank God that I passed through that man to have some orientation. Some of the things you think are tough today, they're preparing you for tomorrow. So don't run away from them. So that is average at the spiritual level. It's not even workable. It can amount you to much before God. You just have to cancel it from your ID. But don't accept that name again. I'm an average person. It's not right. Oh. Sister, with a spoken word, gave us something to think about on more. I came to read a poem from John Mason on more. His is titled, Do More. It's one of my best books. If you see the book, read it. You see it, read it. An enemy called average. Some of you have been living with this enemy for your life. Thank you. So, let's listen to do more. Do more than exist. Live. So people are existing, they're not living. Do more than hear as we are sitting here. Listen. Do more than agree. Cooperate. Do more than talk. Communicate. Do more than grow. Bloom. Do more than spend. Invest. Do more than think. Create. Do more than work. Excel. Do more than share. Give. Do more than decide. Discern. Do more than consider. Commit. Do more than help. Serve. Do more than coexist. Reconcile. Do more than dream. Do. I take that again. Do more than dream. Do. You've been dreaming and dreaming and dreaming. It's about time you did the dream. Do more than see, perceive. Do more than read, apply. Do more than receive, reciprocate. You've been praying to receive. Let someone bless me. Let someone bless you. Can't you bless somebody for once? Do more than choose. Do more than wish, believe. Do more than advise, help. Do more than speak, impart. And do more than encourage, inspire. Do more than add, multiply. Do more than change, improve. Do more than reach, stretch. Do more than ponder, pray. Do more than just live. Live for Jesus. Put your hands together for John Mason. Ladies and gentlemen, the first step to take in being more is to face your mind. Because whatever you become is a product of your mind. To address your mind in a different direction, you have to assure your mind that you can handle it. You can become. If you don't do that, you won't become. If you don't accept it in your mind that it's possible, you will become. You can become. You won't become. All of us here seated today are direct translations of our minds. And if you ever hope to be different tomorrow, you have to change that mind today. That's where to start. And the Bible is right. As a man thinks, so easy. If you think it's possible, it becomes possible. If you think it's not, it will not. And listen, thinking does not respect size. Doesn't respect ground. Doesn't respect education. You can carry degrees and you are still thinking small. Still thinking defeated. So you have to start from the mind. Lay that foundation solidly in your mind that if it is what I desire, I can become. It has to be there. Very important, especially those of us from Akwa Ibom. You understand where we come from? Small, 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 small. It's sunk into us. Back up near to go cook. Do it to go one. Near and took the door. Guide when near took degree. Bobby to go from what I took a it sank into us. So many of us cannot wriggle out of it. But today, it is possible to get out of it.
Come from a young hill and sit on a hill, top hill. I am an aliens. So change that mind. Or you will come from a village today, but you are not expected to live all your life in the village. You can get to the city. You have to position it in your mind. It's very important. Very important. The Bible says, be you renewed with the renewing of your mind. So renewal cannot be possible if you have not renewed your mind. This is how you've been doing this thing, doing this thing, doing this thing. You think that's the only way of doing it. It's not. Story is told of a man got married to a pretty girl who came from a very little background, where her grandmother used to throw away the legs of chicken. She grew up to see her mother throw away the legs of chicken. And when she got married to her own husband, she threw away the legs of chicken. Meanwhile, the legs of chicken were her husband's delicacy. So the brother vexed. He said, why are you throwing away the part of chicken that I like? He said, because I used to see my mother play the way. Luckily, the mother was alive. Let's go and see mommy and ask the reason, because this thing has to stop. And grandmother was still alive, dealing with mommy. Luckily, they saw both of them. Why did you throw away the legs of chicken, Mama? Ask this woman. Mama, why did you throw away the legs of chicken? Oh, we had very small pots. We had very small pots that the whole chicken will not contain. So we throw away the legs. Here is a big pot in my house, for God's sake, and you are throwing away the delicacy. That is how many things have been patterned. And we inherited without question. We inherited poverty without question. We inherited backwardness without question. We inherited all kinds of things without question. And we have now lived with them as though they were dogmas. I advertise that you change your mind. You change your mind. Begin to develop a critical mind. Ask questions. Why should this thing be like this? What else would this thing have been used for? Is a bicycle only meant to carry whatever? Couldn't it be used for something? Be critical minded. That will make you explore many possibilities. That's what the mind is capable of doing. That's number one. Number two, be ready to take risk. Life is a risk. In fact, not taking a risk is a risk. They said nobody has ever gone to university in this family. Why? Because there is no sponsor. Take the risk. Say, I can sponsor myself. I don't even know what towards it. If nobody is willing to take that risk, the genes will persist. Until one person will get up to twist the neck of that genes. Take the risk. Sir, I settled a fight between a mother and a daughter in the university when I was head of the department. They fought from Udovie to Annex. Why were they fighting? The mother had just been driven away by the husband in Makurdi with 4 children. This was the first daughter. As at this day, they were squatting in an uncle's house, one room. All that they brought from Makurdi, with all the 4, jammed in that one room. And the next day, the daughter woke up and said, Mama, I want to go to the university. Mother said, you want to expose me more? You want to expose me more? She said, Mama, that's your business. It's your husband that sent you away. I want to go to the university. They started fighting. The girl wanted to come to the university. The mother tried to pull her down. They dragged themselves through the street. How many of you know Udovie? From Udovie to the university, they didn't care who was watching them. Throw out the barrel. Enter the university. They came to Theatre Arts Department where I was agent. Dragged themselves like that. Mama, what's the problem? This girl wants to expose my nakedness more. The father just told me, we don't even have what to eat, where to stay. Because she wants to go to the university. What? Mama, please allow this girl. Girl, what do you want? Want to come to the university? You're the university. Come in. The reason I'm using that story is because it's going to challenge somebody here. That girl had no way of getting money, getting fees. Going to the mother was a non-issue. Sir, this girl told me when I asked her, how would you pay fees? She said, I have a strategy. What's the strategy? I'm going to go around Ibar Road and other adjacent streets to the university, all the business centers, and see what information I can pick on the floor about events happening in town. I would dress nicely, carry my ID card, go to the event planners, tell them I am so with a smile. I don't want to sell myself. I want to work and raise fees to pay for my education. I can do everything. Can be an usher, can cook, can serve food, can wash plates. Just give me a chance. Give me whatever you can. Listen to me. That's what she did for 4 years. Wow. She called me last night. Happily, man, walking in town. You are sitting there, blaming mommy, blaming uncle, blaming everybody except that stupid son. Lazy son. Do you think that if those people could help, they would have allowed it? Why can't you be mature enough to help yourself? Listen, you may be worse than them, not help yourself. Are you hearing? She grabbed today. She didn't market herself. My brother gave you. She maintained her integrity. And today she's a graduate. I had a boy too. You guys think, oh, girls alone can do that. Israel. Fine boy, like this, my brother. Fine boy. Multi-talented. Played guitar, bass guitar. Played all kinds of instruments, piano, keyboard, drums, traditional and modern. Was a great dancer. His mother had him while she was, I think, 15 in secondary school. And then took him to the parents, his grandparents now, and went back to finish school and continued her life. Then got married to a pastor. That's stories I have in my catalog. When they used to go around, I used to go with them so that they would inspire us to events like this. The pastor said, sister, I don't want any extra luggage in this marriage. I'm quoting the words. It's written down. So the mother could not bring Israel there. Israel started fending for himself from primary school. He prematurely became responsible for himself. That's how he struggled to go to primary school. That's how he struggled to go to secondary school. And then he entered the university. Israel told me something that I'm going to tell you now that you tell others. He wanted to be more. More than life presented it to him. More than his mother handed it to him. More than the husband of the mother, a pastor, handed it to him. He wanted to be more. What did he do? During free periods, he read theater arts. Very difficult course in art. If you are not hardworking, you can't make it because it's 50-50. Practical and theory. 1 a.m. we are still there. At break time, free period time, you dash to rap and everything. From you, go and buy beans. Cook the beans into moi moi. Put it in a big cooler. Label the cooler Moi Moi Express. Carry the cooler on his head. He rubbish pride. He crushed pride. Fine boy. Carrying Moi Moi on his head. Where is he going to? He's going to the female hostel to sell. I want you fine boys with empty pockets to listen to me. Is a lot more dignified than dressing up to beg for money. Yes, you didn't know. It's a lot more dignified to wear a suit, robes, to go and beg for money. Israel will go and open the steaming container of moi moi in the female hostel. Female hostel, fine boy like him. They nicknamed him Tuturito. From a distance as they sight him, carrying the thing like Samson carrying the gates of the Philistines. Coming to the face. They will shout, Tuturito! They finish the money there. Give him the money. He put it in his pocket. Will run to the class. Throw the cooler in the corridor. As lectures were going on, he will say a piece of paper. You unfold the paper, what is there? I can wash my dirty clothes with a cloth. He was washing clothes for fellow students, making money out of them to pay his fees. For 4 years. Without being a nuisance to anybody. See? I hope pride is not a major limitation why you cannot become more. I hope arrogance is not putting you in misery, frustrating every attempt to you to become something. Ask Israel, they will tell you. Today is working in Abuja. He tells you the story of his life with relish. So that is what you become. Take that risk that nobody else has ever done. The thing is waiting for you. Take that risk. After that, and I'm still taking it pays. Many times the risk might look impossible. All you need to do is to brace on. That is with the be persevered. Be persevering. Be persevering. No big man that I know had it so effortlessly easy. No big man. No big man that I know had it so effortlessly easy. They persevered. So, success is not someone who has never fallen. Success is a man standing who had fallen many times but refused to give up. Each time he got up, each time he got up and continued. You see him today, success story. He fell many times. But some people don't want to fall at all. want to be the different person in your family, they laugh at you. The Bible says, through faith and patience, all the elders obtained the promise. Abraham, through faith and patience, obtained the promise of having a son. He waited, he persevered. Read Romans 4, the Bible says that Abraham did not stagger at the promise of God, that he did not consider the deadness of his body. Everywhere looked dead. You say, oh, man is a dead end. You are not the first person who has been there. Your grandfather Abraham was there. Deadness of his body, deadness of Sarah's womb, but he did not stagger. This promise will come to pass. How easily our generation give up. You can't tire and look for something for 3 years. This is a man that God himself went and ate pencil in his house. And promised his wife a son. How many years it took? Not less than 16. You have not waited for 3 years, you've given up. Sir Isaac, the next in command of the promise, waited 19 years. How many have you waited? No, it's good to know. See, patience is not an option to a level of breakfast. It's not. It's something you have to ask for. It's not an option. Just prepare your mind. Through faith, unless the promise is not going to break the Jews. Unless the promise is not going to be a star promise that will change circumstances, change you and the rest of the people around you. If it is, you need the index of patience. Can you see? You need the index of patience. You can see. So there's nothing like, oh, where we go from? You see my father, very impressive. If you see my elder brother, oh, mine is small, mine is small. If you see my grandfather, there's no joy in boasting about flaws. Destructive flaws, for that matter. Eh? It's no joy. So persevere on that thing. It can fail today, start again. Abraham Lincoln, the 16th president of the USA, failed 1,000 times. He started again till he became president. What about your uncle Buhari? But not our Uncle Buhari. Try it again, and try it again, and again, and try it again. And today, who is he? President. So can you be. Yeah. You can be more. Yes, sir. The next thing to talk about is be humble enough to ask yourself, what steps are ahead of me to become? Be humble enough, be intelligent enough. I read this morning, success to the top, in most cases, is that takes the staircase, not the elevator. Yeah. Have you heard it? Yeah. Success to the top, in most cases, takes the staircase, not the elevator. A lot of people are looking for success using elevator. Start today, tomorrow you'll become. No, 20 steps are ahead of you. No? You know why you have to take the staircase? Because success wants you to learn the lesson step by step. Step by step. Talk about mistakes here. No? You need to make mistakes. Let the mistake warn you for another one ahead. If you didn't make the mistake, you wouldn't get the warning. So when you have taken that step and you slipped and fell there, you know that you can fall on the staircase. Be careful next time. If you took the elevator, you wouldn't feel it, you wouldn't know it. So success is a step-by-step process to the top. Our generation wants to be what we reach tomorrow. Nobody questions. No, you should question. You should question. What do I do to get to the top? Started in class 4 to say I will be a professor. A professor, I didn't even know what the word meant. Who is a professor? I couldn't answer. So I had to go check it up in the big dictionary in the general office, the school. Professor, I discovered, was the highest ranking intellectual officer in the university setting. Wow. So for me to become a professor, I need to get to the university. Then work in the university setting. Outside that, I may not be. So I began to prepare my mind. I must write this school set as if my life depended on it. I mustn't delay myself. I must make my papers at first sitting and make the good grades. That is how I began to prepare myself. Ahead of me, when I wrote down, please write down that mission. Write it down. If you mean it, God gave the instruction, write it down. So that anyone who reads it will run with it. Let me tell you something more than running with it, or in addition to running with it. Every vision written down can make you run with it, or make you run away from it, or make you run out of it, or make you run to it. If it is indeed a great vision. Look at me waking up from an illiterate family. My parents didn't go to school. Went back during the holiday to tell my father, who was an illiterate, what to be a professor. Yeah, you can think about it. It looked out of the way, out of place. My father almost said, run away from it. Who has ever been a professor here? What do you even mean? But I was willing to run with it and run to it, not run from it. Every vision written down would make you run with it. You say, this one is not for me. Run away from it. And so on and so forth. But write it down. Write it down. Don't give up. Okay? So step by step, begin to challenge yourself to doing what you should do towards realizing it. You can't just have a dream of what you want to become. You want to become more and you're sitting down and praying. No. The Bible says faith without works is dead. You have to bring in the building blocks step by step, step by step. Want to be a medical doctor? You are in secondary school, you have to read the books of Bibles. And you have to read relevant subjects. 3 years ago, a member of church wanted me to help the son to read. My last son should be taller than any of you in this house. But he's 65. And he's very tall. Whatever you have to do, do it on time and quickly. It will improve your life. My wife used to say, I want to have my last child at the age of 29, and she didn't. I was 30 when I had my last child. You guys are looking at me. How old are you? How old are you? Listen to me. In case you forget many things I've said, if you like sleep too much, you won't make much progress in life. Hear this. If you sleep 8 hours a day and you live for 100 years, you would have slept for 25 years. Okay? If you sleep 8 hours a day and you live for 100 years, you would have slept for 25, you would have slept away 25 years of your life. Isn't that frightening? That's the foundation you are doing now. Some of you even sleep for 10 hours. You know, 8 out of 24 is 1 day, isn't it? That's like 75 out of 100. Think about it. Imagine God opening your register on there. 25 years of them. Think about it. We'll have a different attitude. Okay? So, step by step. Then, pursue every step to cancel it correctly out. Did you hear me? Pursue every step on that journey to become as that thing to do. Pursue that step, cancel it out, and move on. Don't make provision to repeat a step. You understand what I'm saying? As you are at the school set level, write it and pass. Go to higher school. Write it and pass. How many of you have read Psalm 1 before? Okay, tell me Psalm 1. Yeah. Go on. Like my grandfather singing. Okay, pay attention. You know, my grandfather didn't go to school. So when they sing him in the church, the man will sing. You think the man will sing? That's what they're doing now. Don't worry. You read on verse 3. It says that bears its fruit in its season. Very instructive. Very instructive. Very instructive. I told myself I must bear requisite fruit in my season. In becoming. I must go to school when I should. I must graduate when I should. Yeah. I must go for youth service when I should. I must finish youth service with life and come back. I must get a job. I must. I don't know about you. Listen, one person's faith is enough to change the youth service of 10,000 people.
Yes, sir.
One person's faith. They will change something because of that. So you think that is wasting time? No. One person's faith can change the entire service from source. And by the grace of God, I have been fulfilling my seasons. Being what I should become. Listen, this year makes me 20 years in the professorial card. Were you born there? I have classmates who are not married yet. There's one very popular word in your town. I don't want to mention his name. My classmate is not married yet. Listen, by next year I'll be a grandfather. 2 of my children got married this year. By next year I'll be a grandfather. My classmate is not married yet. Was driving along Udoma, just scattering my eyes around, and I saw somebody in a sit-out. Looked like him. So I cleared to come and confirm. He was the one. I said, oh boy, not you. So this is how you waste your life away. Was holding a bottle of beer. Do you know you are a disgrace to the rest of us, your classmates? Tell me, are you married yet? I said, was shaking his head. Have you added extra degree to the one we had in 83? Are you living in your house? Then I turned to the man who was drinking beer with him, who was older than him. I said, I hope you are not the one encouraging him to be like this. Because the Englishman said, two can only flock together. The man dropped the bottle for and looked at me. I said, listen to me, and he's laughing. He knows who I am. In case you are the one influencing him or he's the one influencing you. None of you is helping yourself. That is how we turn, the difference between you and another person is the use of time. Yes. How you spend 24 hours. All of us have it equal, but it makes the difference tomorrow. That's another point. The use of time. Maximize time. Because this time that doesn't look like anybody owns it will soon own you. If you're not careful. Time will soon summarize you if you're not careful. So maximize it now. Do what you must do with the time now, as if there's no other time. When you wake up in the morning, list what you must achieve. Don't keep it open, otherwise somebody is going to feel it for you. Especially in the university. Don't have a set plan for today. Leave it open. Sooner or later, your friends say, what? What are you doing today? He said, come on. I have no we can go to. He said, well, especially when you have poverty stricken. He said, in that place, they're going to say food and drink. I've got it. Dress up. You fulfill his agenda and neglect God. That's what happened. You help others to execute their plans for the day, and you don't do anything you don't. So plan your time. Make sure you don't cheat yourself. Make sure you plan what to do then. Because the accumulation of it will make the difference between you and another person. Are we together? Yes. That's one thing that will make you achieve more. Let me tell you 1, 2, 3, 2 more things before I close. For those of us, seeing your face now, many of you should be in the university. Let me see your hand if you're in the university. Beautiful. We ask you a good question. After university, what next? If you don't have that plan on ground, you are late. Do you hear me? If you don't have that plan on ground, while you are at the university, what is going to follow? You are late. You need to walk backwards. You are late. You ought to have programming sense. It will have become part of you now. Take your planning. Moses was asked by God, what do you have in your hand? What did he have? Staff. Fine. If God asks you today, what do you have in your hand? What will you answer? Who can answer me? You are not holding yourself like Moses. What will you answer God if he asks you, what do you have in your hand? What's the correct answer? You ask this question in an interview panel, and nobody asks. Yes? Hey. Yes? What? Yes, more questions like that too. You can answer. You're what? You're pen and paper. What? Your vision, your plan. Your plan. The plan of your life. That's what you should do. Listen to me. If you have a plan on ground, there is a 95% chance that if you have money, you will execute the plan. Yes, sir. If you have money without a plan, there is a 95% chance also you wouldn't know what to do. Waste the money. Do you understand? What do you have in mind? plan. When I got married, I only had a plan. I had no money. My father-in-law gave me his daughter on the basis of this boy knows where he's going to. What's that? I knew where I was going to. That's why I said it was late. I told you I studied I want to be a professor. I was working towards it. The same answer to the question gave me a brand new wife. Not money. My father got my PhD from the UK. So he wasn't the man said, with that answer, I adopt you as my son. He adopted. So with the answer you have just given me now, that you know what you are doing and this is plan, you are from now my son. And give me the list of what you want to do to marry my daughter. He financed it. He inherited me. Married the daughter for me. Till today, nobody has placed the record of my marriage. Till today. Want to try? Are you hearing this? Plan! Solid plan! Which I steadily followed till I became more. Daily, I was dreaming it. I was doing it. I was working towards it. Till I became. You want to make my plan? Another day I will tell you the thing. So, my brother, what have I said? Have a plan for your life, not for another person. A good plan that will make you happy, make you achieve more, make you lead the level you went to another level. Have that plan. Money will come. Secondly, if you have a plan and pray for it, God knows what to bless. Did you hear me? Yes, sir. So when you pray, God bless me, God bless me. God is looking for what to bless. If he doesn't find, if he doesn't find, the blessing may take long to count. But if you table a plan before him, you are committed to it. He will bless it and it will happen. Let me end up with the story of my life. I've already mentioned so many persons. This man has picked up the microphone. I was saying him before he chases me out of here. Was the last born in a family of 8, 6 siblings, 2 parents. In fact, I came as an accident. I wasn't planned for. My father had done with children. He thought he had his last child with my elder sister, who was 6 years my senior. I was told that when my mother told my father that she was pregnant, my father said, again? But you see, to cut that long story short, I lost everybody in 5 years except me. So if I didn't come, the Johnsons would have gone into history. They would only have been remembered in distant mouths and onward. And by the special grace of God, even though I was the last born, God helped me to know him in class 4 in Solomon School. That's why I wasn't killed. My lineage from the Johnsons to Jesus Christ saved me. Because every other son in my family died in their 30s and 40s. And the women too. Are you hearing me? They just woke up dead. No sickness. My elder brother, for example, said, I'm not feeling comfortable. He got into his car and drove to his doctor in a way. Doctor, I'm not feeling exactly comfortable. The doctor said, stretcher, let me see a few days. He passed on the stretcher. We went to drive the car back home. Are you hearing me? My elder brother came to New York Had a flat tire on a car road. He had business. Meanwhile, I'm from Uyoyo. I'm a Western father, with my grandfather's house. I was in the university. Oh boy, one of my tires misbehaved. I've left it in the house. I'll come and pick it tomorrow. He didn't wake up. After the burial, I fixed the car back, the tire back in his car. I would have followed the same way with those things that took them. If not that, as God would have it, I gave my life to Christ, and He reposted my destiny beyond the Johnson's bound. That was the beginning. Nobody went to the university. Nobody crossed the boundaries of you. Nobody married right. Where they were all living in my father's house. Big boys. I grew up to see this abnormality. And I told myself, I must be more. I must be more than this. I must change the scenario. I must break these chains. Next question. How? It's a good question, isn't it? I was contending against powers that be. Powers. Principalities and powers. Cut the long story short, my village council summoned me. Can you imagine me as a lecturer in the university, the village council sending a palm frond with a man riding on a bicycle to come and deliver it in my office in the university? Traditional summons to appear before the village council. That palm frond alone is bewitched. I collected it. See how you're quiet. I faced all the council of wizards in my village, and they died piecemeal, one by one. I'm alive to tell you the story. I was physically harassed, mentally harassed, spiritually. I overcame all of them by the anchor of Jesus. To be alive to tell you the story. I went to the university. I said to myself, I will go to the university on behalf of all my brothers who could not. That is another motivation why I had to become a professor. So that I had to be more than just a graduate, which the family in the first place did not have. From first degree, to second degree, to third degree, to even professorship. I said, not on, you read my little citation. I have books that are studied in American schools. Not less than 120 schools in America read my books. By the grace of God. It's called Kanu. My brain is consulted by South Africa and Ghana. I'm a visiting scholar to those nations. Call me, come and think along with us. Tuesday, I'm leading the National University to go and evaluate universities on behalf of Nigeria. So I'm not just at the ordinary, I want to be more. What price do I need to pay to be more? I'm ready to pay the price. Is it exposure? For God's sake, give me exposure. Whatever it takes. Cross boundaries. Switzerland, Germany, America, with men. Gather the momentum so that you can be found to be worthy to represent Nigeria. God has helped me to do that. I am also by God. Spend the price to do it. Because you are tempted to be more. And nobody married well. Boy met girl, they live together. Married well. Said that nonsense must stop. I'm the first to have married right. To set a new pattern. And on. Summary. All those my brothers that died left behind 15 children. In primary school, I held a conference for them. As you are sitting here, that's 15 sat, except that they wore different uniforms. I said, hear me well. Your father could be killed because they did not have foundation. Your uncle is alive because he has foundation. The same thing that killed your fathers are still alive. Without foundation, they will kill you. It's what the same. If you don't want to die, better identify with your uncle. They couldn't go to school because of the same influence. They couldn't amount to much. Some of them, 14 of them today are graduates. Doctors, engineers, lawyers, scientists, plenty. The only one left, a young lady, I've told her, don't come to my office again unless you are coming with admission letter. That tomorrow you won't become the witch in the family. Our industry is education. You must get one. Have to do some things to instigate some action in some people. I made up my mind, I want to be more, so I'm not going to marry cheap girls. You hearing me? Yes. I married a medical doctor because I wanted to be more. My brother asked me before he died, must you marry a medical doctor? I said, yes. I look at you marrying a professional person. Let me break the jinx by marrying one. My brother has a good girl. How many of you know my wife? Does anybody know my wife? Is she a good girl? Can I say that again? Order priorities. Set your values. Nobody will do it for you. Don't just accept anything that comes. Form the habit of saying, I don't want this, I want this. Aim at the top. Aim at 100. So that if you miss it, you land at 90. Don't aim at 50. If you miss it, you are landing at 10. I'm saying very important things here, Joe. These are crucial things in life. Sir, aim at 100. 100 is possible. My daughter, who is a PhD holder, teaching white people today, had 100% in school set mathematics. Are you hearing me? It is possible. That you don't have it doesn't make it impossible. You need to aim at it. Aim at it. If you miss it, you land at 90. Still aim. Still aim. But if you have a syndrome, you aim at 50. And because of your a syndrome tendency, you miss it, you are landing at 10. Because in the devil's philosophy, it's the last thing I'm saying. The philosophy of Satan. In the devil's philosophy, the Bible says, give no room to the devil. If you violate that instruction and give him one room, he takes four. Devil's philosophy. Give no room for the devil. Violate it and give him room. I give him room my hand. Give him my hand. He takes the room. Yes. Just the same way. Since you don't know enough to know that you have a big God, whom you could have asked for big things, you ask for small things according to your family tradition. When you miss it, you have to do. Never stop. You know it today. by those tendencies, definitely by the time I see you more, I see you next year, you would have been more. Enroll if you have a first degree. Pick a master's degree. It's the commonest and cheapest degree to have. It's still 1 year in UK and US. It's 2 years in Nigeria now. Masters. Some of you graduated maybe 5 years ago, you don't have a job, you would have had 2 master's degrees by now. But have improved your status. Perhaps you would have got a job. So go back to school. No. UNA says that anybody who stops learning, no, that's a discussion. This is where you start that. UNA says you start growing old. It says stopping to learn is a sure banker addition to age. It doesn't respect any age. If you stop learning at 80, you will grow faster than you ought to have been at 80. You stop learning at 20, you will start growing older than you would have grown at 20. And he said, when you continuously learn, you are growing younger by the mind and body. You are growing younger by the mind and body. So when you look at yourself in the mirror, why am I looking like this? My question is, when did you relax? When did you relax? Some of you, when you did that class assignment and defended your project, oh, bye-bye to you. No wonder they're looking like this. God bless you, it's been nice talking to you.
So I decided that I'll be co-MC for 2 minutes. Be more than just someone on the first row, be co-MC for 2 minutes. Okay, so here's just something I want to share with you quickly. You know, when you get a gift, right, that has a price tag on it, you are happy, you're excited, isn't it? You're really excited. When you get a gift that has a very high value, high price tag, what's the most expensive? Receive wisdom. Receive wisdom. What can I give you, sir? The bearded one. Masters in the UK. Receive school fees. Need 2 more people. 2 more people. A card. What is card? What will 10 million watts? Cephas. $10 million. US or Canadian? US 10. So if I give him $10 million, he'll be truly excited. One more. You, Bone Straight. Tell me, what can I, the one, unless he's not Bone Straight here, right? 1 Bitcoin. 1 Bitcoin. That's why you wear shorts on Friday. One more person. Over there. Okay, you, oh, sorry, there's somebody, I can just see your hand. You can stand on the chair. You must be seen today. So what can I give you that will get you excited? Money to pay school fees. To open a school. How much? 300,000 watts. 300,000 naira. Asuko, give her the money. Now, I said all of this to say this. Like the fact that you have identified things that will get you one house. I like that you have identified things that will get you really excited. But my question to you is this. What do you do when you get a priceless gift? What do you do when you get a priceless gift? What just happened or so is beyond measurable value. Because see, what's happening right now? What's happening right now is that you are having some form of mental stimulation, because something that is 100 by 100 just try to go into your 2 by 2 mind. So you've got to be able to narrow it down and take it bit by bit. Some of the things you heard today, 2 days from now, you just wake up in the night, I get it. That's why you need to go back on YouTube and make sure that you watch this. What you can do to recognize that there is something happening is to show appreciation. Now, anything you appreciate, by way of gratitude, or it can be by way of growth. Anything that you appreciate will appreciate. What you just had, I tell you, empty all your bank accounts in this room. I'm not belittling you. You can't pay for it. Will somebody please put those hands together and celebrate the most illustrious, most estimable, oh, you don't understand. I didn't come out here to stand before you.
You know, for those of us that are very conversant with high school chemistry, there's something called supersaturation. And that's what just happened in this hall a moment ago. Can I just hear wow all over the hall? Wow. Professor, you know, in the manner of speaking of the university which you belong to for many years now, I'll ask that you rise and take a bow, sir. And we'll just have the privilege. You know, there's something to say from the horse's mouth. I don't think this is a horse. I'm looking for some other name to give to that. We'll just take 2 questions from this hall, wherever you are, and you have a question. And by the way, it's very difficult to give an intelligent question when a professor of this magnitude is seated. And by the way, let me tell us that this is the shortest speech professor has given. Thank you very much, sir. I just want to have 2 hands shoot in the air right about now. We'll just do the counting. And then I just, where you are. Because, in fact, okay, I understand how scary it can be to ask a question at this point. But then, please, we ask that you ask a question. Please, are there hands? Anybody has a question to ask the professor? You heard a lot of things that has been said at this event this afternoon. So we'll just take 2 from... Okay, now, this is it. Sir, I take this because I sometimes, when each time you speak, I've had over 5 times where you had to speak and I was there. Such a privilege it has been for me. I just want to ask, sir, because, you know, I wouldn't want to think that it is the same Nigeria you grew up in that we are in today. And I say that with all sense of responsibility, sir. How really can I wouldn't want to, because we've been saying an average Nigerian, average youth too many times, and you've just disabused our minds on that. How can a young Nigerian, a youth, a Nigerian origin, based on what we've seen for the past years, and then I'm trying to, because I had an uncle, and you know him, Dr. Udo, in Calabar, Albert Udo. his scholarship in school was taken to him by JAM to his village at Abak. That's the kind of Nigeria our uncles grew up in. Now, in the kind of place we have, the kind of system we have today, and it seems really we are going backwards, like P.L.O. Lumumba would say, in jet-like speed. How really, as young people, and I'm asking this personally for myself, can we really compare those times where you were growing up and becoming that visionary in the kind of country, and of course we are in a country where people are just waiting to get out of the country. How can we stay and then make the kind of impact you made and you're still making in the Nigeria of today?
Wow, that's a difficult question, but God will give us grace to answer. Can we stay? I've had many occasions to leave the country, but I choose to stay. Because if all of us would leave, who would be the one to stimulate you like this? There are certain motions that control humanity. There are speakings in the world. You hear God, you hear the devil, and you hear yourself. Among the voices you hear Abachas in your country. And what can you do under governance? Change the tide. When I finished answering that question, the moderator, like him, was a big man, came and said, the way you answered that question, I suspect you studied in Harvard. Why don't you choose staying back? Harvard? As a matter of fact, I read in one of the suburbs of Africa. And I'm not staying back. Because my people down there need to reconfigure their minds to survive Nigeria. I'm answering the same question now. Remember, I started from the mind. You need to have a mind make you know that no way in this world is heaven. And secondly, you need to hear from God. Where does God want you to stay? I've had that privilege of always asking the question and always answering. See, when I chose to come back to the year 2001, I had a job in 5 places, including America, to go back there. Table all of them. Father, you are the owner of the universe. Where do you want me to stay? Do you know why David is called a man after God's heart? Do you know? Because he always asked God what to do per time. Even as a commander, they commandeered his wife and children. And the wives and children of his commanders. And the commanders wanted to kill him. Under that complex and tense atmosphere, he did not forget to ask God, should I pursue? Should I go after them? Will I recover? One thing you must do. Guess what? God asked me, come to you. Who was the last place I would have wanted to come back to? You know something? That Uyo I obeyed and came back to has become 10 times better than America. Details, I'm saying so. So, God has a plan for all of us, including you. What does he want you to do per time? Do you know that I went to study what God wanted me to study? So, my family wanted me to read law. My elder brother was in the custom with his gun and uniform, supervising me, filling jam form. Law first choice, law second choice. There was no room for any alternative. Law first choice, Soka. Law second choice, Ife. My brother took it by hand to go and pose for me so that I wouldn't change anything on the way. Listen, after they left with the form, I entered my room and knelt down. I said, Father, I was in the scripture union then. Last Bible study was on knowing the will of God. But the study pastors, God can do anything If it is not his will, he can change it. If it is not your will, change the thing for me. I forgot. After I prayed, I forgot. We were living in Lagos. When the result came out, of course, I went to Nsukka and Ife. It was pasted in the University of Lagos Auditorium. They used to paste result then. I checked and checked and checked. I did not see my name in Ife. Did not see my name in Nsukka. Pass jam. How could the best student from my school not pass jam? A cousin I went with was the one who came and called me and said, come and see something. I said, I'm coming. He said, come and see something. My name had been changed by God from Nsukka and Ife to University of Calabar, Theatre and Communication. It was then I remembered I had prayed. Listen, that God is still God. Sir, I was 5 years Dean of Students, University of Uyo. Every month, cult boys threatened me with a gun. Sir, if God gave you a job, he had seen whatever you will encounter in that job and had known and made preparations for you. Back. It's my policy, my principle. In me, your life is going to be miserable because of my own threats. Sir, the Bible says, and Goliath advanced towards David to slaughter him. And David ran towards him. He didn't run back. He ran towards him and harvested his head. Threatened me once, I come to you. You don't know it. That's the scripture. That's how I survived it. So, when God tells you, stay here, like he told Isaac, in the midst of famine. You didn't hear me? I said, be careful, in case you have been engaged a second time. You are not the first. Let me do my best here. Let me do my best here. If God asks me to walk here, stay here, do my best here. But God has also asked me to run away. Twice I've done that. Run when my wife was kidnapped in this state. And after my wife was recovered, after we paid the ransom, and there was trouble in the camps, we were caught in the crossfire. His Excellency asked me to run away from the state. And I asked God. God said, didn't you hear? Run. Are you hearing me? 4 a.m. I gave everyone in the house instruction under 2 minutes. Enter the car. We escaped. If we did not escape, we would all have been killed. Says escape.
Well, that's when
I don't go to bed until at least one of the cars has enough fuel to take me across the boundaries. It's a personal policy. I've had to flee with the family twice like that. Okay? So hear from God so that you know whether to stay or to flee. If he asks you to stay, work hard. You will survive it. Nigeria, is it making progress? Yes and no. Last week I told people, when I was in secondary school, we used to cross the ferry, beautiful 2-story building on sea, from Oron to Calabar. Wow, it was a luxurious thing. Now, all the dormitories had collapsed. The school is no more a boarding school. Are we progressing? The students then and the students now. Sir, we didn't know what was known as candy cut. Now there are more candy and candle fox. Example. Wednesday was Senate in the University of U. Every Senate like the one of Wednesday, we lost nothing less than 25 students. Every Senate. Expulsion, rustication, and so on. Rustication, 4 years. Every Senate. From every faculty. So, to have that. So things have really deteriorated. You know? Don't lose hope. Box for survival. This kind of seminar, we're trying to make you stand on your feet. With this kind of seminar, to face the storms of our society and swim through it. Thank you, sir, for that question.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Johnson. I'll be diluting what has happened today from morning till now. If I say one more word, I'll invite Captain for the closing remark. Thank you very much, Captain. Thank you very much.
Let's together celebrate Prof for an awesome session. It always love listening to Prof. And many times when you sit when Prof is speaking, you won't, in fact, you lose track of time. Because you want more, and before you know it, time is flying. And you're like, time, please come, we need to hear some things. Was somebody blessed here? I mean, these are rare moments. I want to believe these was 5 hours of our time really well spent. I can't remember the last time you sat in a conference like this and value was poured into you. I can't remember really, but I know that there are some of us here, maybe for the past 2 years, maybe 5 years, you've not even made a deliberate effort to sit at a conference. And I also know that there are some of you that wait for LPC conferences. Because even when you didn't have time all through the year to attend, you just know that LPC conference will happen. Just like AU will say that LPC conference reminds everyone that Christmas is coming. Because after the conference, it's now Christmas. So I think I can tell you boldly, go and celebrate Christmas because you've attended a conference that has sharpened you. It's been an awesome time. I want to really appreciate our speakers for putting up the best for us today. Please, can you put your hands together? Celebrate our speakers. Celebrate them. So much content, so much drive, so much passion. Now, if there's anything I learned out of the conference we put out, the LPC conference especially, it's the fact that we bring people that pour their hearts into us. It's not about, anybody can talk. And Juniba will say talk is cheap. But when you see people with results and you listen to people with results, you get more than what they say. You get the spirit that transmits what they say. You can't do what Prof has told you here and you won't break out. And that's the essence of be more. Be motivated. Be optimistic. Bounce back. Be resilient. And have that energetic mind. Just tell yourself, if it has worked for someone, if someone has paid the price, and the result was obvious. If I pay the same price, of course, the result also will be obvious. I want to appreciate our panelists. Some of them had to also step out to attend to other things. But who enjoyed the panel session today? Yes, so these are young people like you, young people like me, daring amazing things. There is no odd, nothing is against you if you believe in yourself. Many times we are the ones concluding by popular opinion that life is hard and you bury yourself into it. So, but from the stories you heard from the panelists, I believe you got value that can move you forward. And I want to appreciate Team LPC for putting up LPC Conference 2021. Initially we wanted something small and the live streaming was really the goal. But they just said, well, we can exceed it. If you can do 100, why not stretch it? Give more people an opportunity. That's the more reason you are seated here today. Please put your hands together and celebrate the team for planning the conference. And I want to thank our MC for a beautiful work. Well done. Who enjoyed him today? Before you know it, will blow one big grammar. And, what is this? But I believe he has a way of putting us together to have a relaxed mind and just enjoy ourselves. And most importantly, I want to appreciate you for coming. But for everyone joining us online also, and you that is here, I want to celebrate you. I want to appreciate you for coming. Now, let me say this. Take out time and process what you've received. Don't let this be just another conference where I was inspired, I was motivated. Take out time and process it. Yesterday, Engineer sent in the keynote video in 10 minutes. And also in 10 minutes, I sat down to write down 10 things I heard from what he said. And he was amazed that it could happen. I want the same thing to happen to you. Pick each of the sessions you've heard. Ask yourself, what decision can I take in this life? Forget about the fact that, many times we feel we've heard and heard. There are things you hear that if you sit on it, it can mark a refining and redefining moment in your life. So please do that. Turn it into a goal. Turn it into a plan. Turn it into a lifetime commitment. And of course, the sky will be your starting point. And finally, I'm happy to announce, of course, next year's Leadership Purpose and Career Conference is going to be the 10th edition of the conference. And the plan is, apart from what we've heard now, there's nothing average again here. I'm telling you, there's nothing average. And we're going to make it a very big, massive conference. In fact, it's a homecoming for so many people that have been a part of our conference. And next year, I'm glad to also announce that we're going to have a celebration plus awards. We're going to give out awards to outstanding people in the society, in the community, and young people that are doing amazing things. So watch out for Leadership Purpose and Career Conference 2021. And LPC Conference was brought to you. Oh, 2022. Oh, really? 2022. Yes, 2022. And LPC Conference was brought to you by Lead World. We are a vision statement, mission, and some of our projects. Please take out time, even after now, take a look and read through. I'm sure you'll be inspired. If you want to ask any question, we are available to guide you. And of course, if you want to take pictures, these stands are available. Stand, take pictures, upload, and hashtag LPC Conference 2021. Be more. I think I love this theme. Somebody was greeting somebody that was going. Say, be more. I said, what a powerful way of greeting. In fact, from today, don't just tell someone good night. Just say, oh, okay, be more. And the person can decode. Let it be a slogan. Let it be a lifetime commitment. And keep talking it until you become it. Now, we had some people that came in. Okay, so I'm going to just allow them share. Anita, please. From the Street Mentors Network. These are amazing people that are doing amazing things with street children. So I think the team has flyers. So while the flyer is going on for 2 minutes, Nita is just going to mention, tell us what we need to know, and then we pray and call LPC Conference 2021 a wrap. So Nita.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. So good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Answer me now. Amen. Okay, so quite briefly, I just remembered exactly 9 years ago, I had this book, this little book. I used to write down a lot of things inside. And one of the things I wrote was that I wanted to take children off the streets. That was in 2013. I was in SS3. So fast forward to this year, my birthday, I thought I wanted to do something. So I reached out to Auntie Joy and I asked her, Ma, what do you think I should do? She gave me some ideas. And then the Holy Spirit reminded me again that you were supposed to do this thing. And in a couple of days, we were able to raise some funds, and we organized our first outreach. When it happened, my account was zero. I had nothing, absolutely nothing. But we pulled it off, and the first outreach was a success. And from then, from September down to November, for 2 months now, we've been reaching out to the kids on the street. As I'm talking to you, we've raised funds, and we're registered with TSE officially. Though, please, can you clap now? Try, clap for us. So we've been able to do that, though our account is yet to be ready. So what I'm here today to tell you is that I've seen a lot of transformation in the life of these kids. A lot of them would turn out to be the armed robbers that will plague our society tomorrow, that will rape our girls tomorrow, that will break into our schools and steal from us and do all of that. But somebody out there is making a difference to them. So today I want to encourage you to give to support this cause. Whatever it is you have, please do not hold back from giving. When you get the flyer, if you also want to be a volunteer, we're very open. We need more hands because as I'm speaking to you, there are 11 million street kids in Nigeria, and the number increases exponentially every year. So don't hold back from doing good. Our account details is 23651 28935. That's Zenith Bank, Anita. I can call it again, 23651 28935. And also don't hesitate to meet the ushers at the back as they're going around to make any remittance that you have. Thank you so much, and God bless you. Thank you, Captain.
Okay, thank you, Nita. And just in closing, part of our projects in Lead World, we have a Lead Young project. This project is for secondary schools, public secondary schools. So we reach out to these students between the ages of 13 and 16 with leadership and life skills. How many of you were taught leadership in your school? Nobody really as a maybe except it's leadership as a course anyway. But you can imagine young people being prepared for leadership by being exposed to the content of leadership. So we've been running this for the past 3 years. And think one of the schools we have a strong presence in is in Uyo High School. So maybe you are here also and you have that passion and you'll be available to teach. Okay, you want to share. We have what you can teach. We train you to teach. So if you want to volunteer also to be a part of a Lead Young project in Uyo High School plus other schools that are coming in by 2022, after now you can just meet Richard at the back, and Richard is just there at the back. Tell him you're interested in Lead Young. He will tell you more about it. I think with that, we've come to the end of LPC Conference 2021. Please can we rise on our feet? Yes, I want to thank you. You've been an exciting audience and made an exciting audience, and we are grateful. So we're going to wrap up there. Okay, please can we pray? Father, in the name of Jesus, we thank you for a beautiful day it has been. A time to learn, a time to share, a time to reflect, a time to challenge ourselves, a time to take decisions that will affect the next phase of our life. Thank you for the resource persons you've used to speak to us. Lord, we ask for grace, not just to be hearers of what we've heard today, but to take decisions that will be proud to identify with in the next few years, that it was because of this conference and the things I heard that my life changed. Let this be our testimony, Lord, in the mighty name of Jesus. We pray that even as we take these decisions, our society will change because of us. Nigeria will change because of us. People who know us will testify that something positive is happening to us. And even our lives will enjoy a feel of the change that has been imparted into us because of this conference in the name of Jesus. Thank you because we know that you will use us more in our generation as change agents that will reflect positive light and will be more in different phase of our lives. In Jesus' mighty name we have prayed. Amen. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. See you in the LPC Conference.
It's 4:25.